Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2025 is hereby called to order. As customary, before we proceed to roll call, I would like to highlight significant observances for the month of October to draw attention to them with a goal of informing as well as educating persons who are in the listening and viewing audience. Breast cancer awareness is one of the most recognized observances for the month of October. Every October, campaigns are held to raise awareness of the disease and funding for research into its cause, prevention, detection, treatment, and cure. The aim of the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month has been to promote mammography as the most effective weapon in the fight against breast cancer. One organization here in the Virgin Islands that is making significant strides to impact in the fight against breast cancer is the Cancer Support VI. Cancer Support VI is a sponsored fund of the Virgin Islands Community Foundation. It collaborates with patients, healthcare providers, and neighborhood organizations to support individuals affected by cancer. The organization provides grants for patients to help cover non-medical and medical cancer-related costs, such as prosthesis, home expenditures, hospice care, medical testing and treatment, and travel as well as lodging during treatment. According to their website, their work has inspired hope and made a real difference in the lives of over 3,300 patients, with grants exceeding $4 million. This month, Cancer Support VI has an ongoing funding campaign, partner event, and community initiative for Pinktober 2024, happening all month. Through our Pinktober community events and initiative, the Cancer Support VI is raising funds to help ensure that no Virgin Islander fights breast cancer alone. I just want to emphasize that no Virgin Islander fights breast cancer alone. Upcoming events include Carve for a Cause Pumpkin Party, and that's happening on October 24th. Bra Barbecue Block Party, and that is happening on October 25th. Living Hope Cathedral Team Hope Annual Walk in Faith Cancer Support VI, and that's happening on October 26th. So if you are interested in participating in this event to help build cancer awareness and to continue and join in with others to the fight of breast cancer, you can get in contact with the Cancer Support VI at www.cancersupportvi.com. Remember, they have raised and set that benchmark to have you not fight cancer alone, that we are fighting breast cancer specifically together. October is also Domestic Awareness Month. According to statistics from domesticviolence.org, domestic violence takes place in our nation every minute of every day, occurring just about every 15 seconds. It affects all races, statuses, religions, cultures, men, women, and children. We are grateful for the programs, services, and shelters available in our territory to assist domestic violence victims. These resources, along with the dedication of social workers and professionals like Ms. Dilsa Capdeville and one of our honorees who are we going to be considering this morning, Ms. Juel Molloy, as well as Ms. Sedonie Halbert and others, who paved the way for programs and were instrumental in establishing certain centers as well as resources for our persons who are survivors of domestic violence. So we are definitely thankful for them. They provided a haven for those individuals who have been victims of domestic violence, child abuse, child neglect, together. So we are making, in the Virgin Islands, in St. Thomas specifically, a positive difference in the lives of some of our most underserved, most victimized people. Now, tomorrow begin Red Ribbon Week, and it starts from October 23rd through October 31st. Red Ribbon Week highlights the importance of living a drug-free life. It presents an opportunity for parents, educators, and communities to reinforce the drug-free message they share with their children to increase their knowledge by learning more about the destructive effects of drug abuse. Again, it's about drug abuse, including prescription drug misuse. Let us renew our commitment to live and encourage our young people, as well as our middle and older people, to live a healthy, drug-free life. And finally, let's not forget that October is Positive Attitude Month. A positive attitude is a powerful tool that can help us navigate life's challenges. All of us go through challenges in our life. So keeping a positive attitude helps us to be able to overcome those challenges, whether it's in your school, your work, your home. Maintaining a positive mindset can make a wonderful difference. Let's encourage one another. Let's encourage one another to look for the positive around us and to support one another where we can by working together, collaboratively. I like to knit my hands together, and you'll see me with my braids, and I said to braid it in together because that's how things happen positively. So we can create a better future for ourselves, our community, and our global society. While October is Positive Attitude Month, let's strive to maintain a positive mindset each day throughout the year, not just for this month. I'm just saying it, not just for this month, but for the entire year and beyond. Remember, your attitude determines your altitude. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Ray Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Senator Javon James, Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I just received a letter from Senator Javon James, and I will send it to you momentarily because that's a correspondent that just came in a few minutes ago. Madam Clerk, in the meantime, kindly proceed. Are there any other correspondences to be read in the record besides this correspondence that I need to send to you that just came in momentarily?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, so how many members do we have present?
We have 4 present.
So we do have a quorum to carry out the people's business today. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Kindly proceed, Madam Clerk, with reading the first block into today's agenda.
Yeah.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024, in the R.B. Atlee Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0316, an act honoring and commending Ms. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca, Carla J. Joseph, Milton E. Potter, and Angel L. Boquez Jr. Invited testifiers, Ms. Sedonie Halbert, Ms. Joanne Berry, the Honorable James A. O'Brien, and Mr. Whitman Browne. This ends the reading of Block 1, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We have a big bill on this agenda to really honor and commend a very hardworking individual. Today, we also are going to have, on the second block, an act honoring and commending our police officers for the service they provide in our community. And finally, we're going to end out the day with doing some oversight for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. That's going to end up our day. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0316?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. I extend greetings and blessings to my esteemed colleagues, all invited testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. At this time, I will also extend a very special good morning and welcome to Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy. Good morning, Ms. Molloy. To all members of this 35th legislature now before you and for your consideration, it is with the greatest of pride and gratitude that I present for your favorable approval Bill number 35-0316, an act honoring and commending a walking giant in public service and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am so grateful for this opportunity to be able to be a small part of this hearing. I am offering my greatest gratitude to Mrs. Molloy. She has been my boss during my years at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, where she served as the chairwoman of the Board of Commissioners. During my time at the Department of Health, she also had direct management oversight of the Departments of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. Madam Chair, Bill number 35-0316 will honor Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her decades, yes, decades of dedicated service at the highest level and for her numerous other noteworthy contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. This exemplary abilities of Ms. Molloy Rhymer to lead this government during times of disaster and distress, and also the ability to motivate her employees and manage this government is truly outstanding. Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy has received outstanding leadership recognition at the federal level. This act, Bill number 35-0316, renames the new facility that will house the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services in the name of Juel T.R. Molloy Complex. I got to get that right. In addition, and in recognition and in appreciation of Ms. Juel T.R. Molloy's contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, the President of the 35th Legislature shall have a perma-plaque copy of this act prepared and presented to Ms. Juel T.R. Molloy at an appropriate ceremony in her honor. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca, for that introduction. I see in the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix, we have Majority Leader, the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins present. Welcome, Senator Gittins. And also we have Senator Samuel Carrion present, both members of the committee. And so, Madam Clerk, kindly record them as present and then give me the tally of how many persons are present for this proceeding today.
Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
And I believe you now have available the correspondence that was sent from our Vice Chair. Kindly read it into the record.
October 22nd, 2024, the Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairperson, Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I will be late attending the Committee on Government Operations and Consumers Protection scheduled for Tuesday, October 22nd. I will be in attendance later in the morning, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Respectfully, Joanne E. James Sr., Senator at the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Ms. Hodge. We have before us some invited testifiers who are here with us to discuss this bill, bill number 35-0316. And we also have and are graced with the presence of the lady of the hour, Ms. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy. So what I will do first, because the gentleman who sits at my right, your left, is a former senator, we will go down that line. We're just going to do the microphone checks to make sure everything is operating as it should. And I don't see that we have any testifiers in the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. So we'll start with the gentleman with the glasses on top of his head, who is on my right, your left. Kindly introduce yourself and at the same time do a good morning.
Good morning, members of the legislature, 35th. I feel like I've come home. But allow me to say to you, Senator, in the 80s, I served in the 60th legislature. I remember my theme was, I want to go to the Senate to invite and encourage young people to enter the political process. And seeing you there in the chair, knowing that you were a member of my campaign committee outside of Ivana Eudora High School on my election, brings a good feeling to my heart. At least I served in the purpose. Thank you. Madam Chair, I would have come even if I was not invited. I've recently released a book called Eyewitness, and I can give no further and better testimony to my eyewitness is that in 1979, when the late Henry Millen, Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, he appointed me to be his representative to the board of the Community Action Agency. That is where and when I met Juel Molloy. And I've worked with her. I have seen her. I've understood her passion with the homeless, the helpless, the disabled, the people in the shadows of life who needs government and our people's support. And I can say that since that day, I've always known Juel Molloy to stand up for those people who needs government assistance the most, and the help and the reassurance of our community.
So we want to thank you for that prelude to your testimony, your written testimony. And so we will now invite the lady, the gentle lady next to you to just introduce herself and do a microphone check. Thank you so kindly.
Good morning. My name is Sedonie Halbert, and I am so pleased to have been invited to testify on behalf of my professional colleague, my friend, and my cousin, as I learned recently that we're related. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now the lady in red.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Berry, and I am very pleased to be here on behalf of my good friend, Juel Molloy.
And thank you. And last, and the gentleman in the blue.
Good morning. My name is Whitman Browne.
Pull closer to the mic, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown. We aren't hearing you clearly. So pull a little closer to
Good morning. My name is Whitman Browne. I'm honored to be here on behalf of Mrs. Juel Molloy. When I give my presentation, I'll explain our relationship.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for being present, and of course, the lady of the hour. A pleasant good morning to you as well. How are you doing, Mrs.
Good morning.
Molloy?
It is a pleasure and an honor to be here, and I'm feeling very privileged, Senator, to be here, the place where I started my career.
Wonderful. So this is very much a full circle for you.
Yes.
Now, wonderful. So Mr. O'Brien, the Honorable James O'Brien Jr., kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
I'm James O'Brien Jr. I retired from government service after 42 years of local and federal service, which included membership in the 16th legislature of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 350316 proposed is to honor and commend Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for years of dedicated service and contributions to the territory. I welcome and I'm honored to appear here today to lend my full support to the passage of this measure. I have been an eyewitness to Mrs. Molloy's work within this community throughout my professional career. It started when I represented Lieutenant Governor Henry Millen on the the Community Action Agency Board. I was the Director of Youth Promotion and Delinquency Prevention in the Department of Human Services during her commissionership at Human Services, and under the late Alexander Farrelly. I later served as Press Secretary and Director of Public Relations to Governor Farrelly. I was St. Thomas Water Island Administrator, Assistant to the Governor for Public Affairs and Policy Initiatives, and Director of Public Relations for Governor Juel Turnbull, when Mrs. Molloy served as his Chief of Staff. In these positions, I worked closely with Mrs. Molloy coordinating government operations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me state my position very clear. You meet today to honor one of the great public servants of the Virgin Islands in its history. In this proposal, you recognize her sincerity, her honesty, her integrity, her intellect, and her commitment to the public service and to the people who need help from this government the most. The elderly, the disabled, the young, the helpless. I attest to her commitment to the poor, the elderly, the young, and those who have lived in life's shadows. I commend the sponsors of this legislation. It is fitting and proper that we do this. But I also want to offer one further point that I think would make this a complete process. The Medal of Honor. This lady is deserving of the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor. And it is appropriate that we recognize her for what she has done to help so many. I have traveled to Atlanta on her behalf to accept recognition for the youth programs of the Virgin Islands government under her leadership. I have coordinated federal activities at Government House where the food stamp program was recognized and awarded additional funds because of the good management of the agency. I have been there when the federal officials came and members of the governor's cabinet came at the end of Governor Juel Turnbull's term to tell him that because of her leadership in our financial recovery efforts during the Turnbull administration, there was a sizable surplus funds left at the end of his term. And everyone in that room had tears in their eyes. We were so grateful for the work that we all had done, but for Mrs. Molloy's leadership. So there are some times in public life where we get abused. I've been abused more than once. But there's other times when you can stand up and recognize people who do right for our people. Joanne Molloy has done right in her career, in her service, in her commitment to people who need her help in an exemplary way. So I end with this morning early, I got up and on my mind was a passage in Matthew 20:40. Do what you do for the least of my people, you do unto me. That is the words of God. She has done God's work here on earth, and I believe she deserves the recognition that you attempt to bestow on her. That is my testimony.
Thank you so much, former Senator O'Brien, for your testimony and your enlightened testimony on the caliber and the level of servitude of Mrs. Molloy above and beyond, especially as a public servant. Next, we will hear and receive testimony from former Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Ms. Sedonie Halbert.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, and sponsoring senators, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Milton Potter, and Senator Angel Bogus, and other senators attending this hearing. Good morning. Thank you for your invitation to testify on Bill number 350316, honoring and commending Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mrs. Molloy's achievements and accomplishments are well known to the community, especially those whose lives she has touched and made a lasting impact. My focus in this testimony is to share key aspects of my professional and personal relationship with this special lady and to justify how very deserving she is of this honor. Long before I worked with Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy, I had heard of her indisputable reputation as the executive director of the Community Action Agency. The word on the street was, if you need help, go to the barge and ask for Miss Rhymer. Anything you need, she will make sure you get it. As a result of her outstanding performance, Mrs. Turnbull Rhymer, as she was known at that time, had earned a favorable reputation with her federal partners, not comparable to many other local agency officials in her field. In 1987, when Alexander Farrelly took office as governor of the Virgin Islands, he appointed Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy as commissioner of the Department of Human Services, that as the reorganization of the government went into effect. This is where our professional journey began. As the business-minded person she is, her first plan of action was to thoroughly review the department's financial status. Her findings revealed many areas of concerns. One of it was the low salaries of professional staff compared to other departments of the government. She immediately took steps to increase staff salaries to acceptable levels based on qualifications and years of experience. I recall the first series of meetings Mrs. Molloy had with the management and supervisory staff, during which she shared her findings, goals, and expectations of the agencies. Many of the managers felt intimidated by the new agency head and voiced their concerns, saying, well, she come here to put us down and make us look bad. But opinions and attitude gradually changed as staff recognized that the intent of the new no-nonsense commissioner was to improve the department's operation and ensure that everyone had access to the resources they needed to do their job. One of Mrs. Molloy's most outstanding accomplishments was the implementation of a project to repair and restructure the Nude Hansen Memorial Hospital building, creating a one-stop human services and health agency. The complex also accommodated the first vending stand program for the blind and visually impaired. Prior to this project, the department's programs were operating in separate locations, incurring high rental costs. Relocating these programs to the Nude Hansen complex resulted in significant savings to the department and the government. Another task the new commissioner faced when she came on board was to address the millions of dollars disallowed by the federal government on the Commission on Aging. This meant hours of tedious work and staff going through vast amounts of documents and collaborating with the federal officials to justify that expenditures were appropriate and approvable. Again, she saved the local government millions of dollars. Every manager in the Department of Human Services was aware that Commissioner Molloy would accept no excuse for federal dollars not being spent. Monthly financial reports were submitted in time for her review, and if there was evidence that funds were not being utilized in a timely manner, the manager was barred from traveling. She required a well-outlined plan with timelines showing how funds would be spent for services prior to the end of the fiscal year. Her record as a financial wizard speaks for itself. Mrs. Molloy continues to be regarded by the federal government as one of the most trustworthy leaders in the Virgin Islands as it relates to managing federal funds. Because of her ability in this area, she was given oversight responsibility of the Departments of Human Services, Health, and Education in her capacity as CEO during the Charles Turnbull administration. Mrs. Molloy's strong commitment to advocate for the needy and underserved grew out of her own humble beginnings. This is evident in the many ways she assisted persons with their personal problems and facilitated struggling organization. She intervened when retired Virgin Islanders lost their homes and could barely survive because they went without receiving payment from the government employees' retirement system for as long as 1 or 2 years. She thought this was unconscionable and worked with the GRS to release payments so persons could resume a decent lifestyle. She advocated for elderly persons in the Seaview nursing home for many years when the facility experienced serious financial shortfalls, appealing to the government and members of the legislature to purchase the facility. This was after the owner invested millions of dollars from his personal funds to keep the nursing home in operation. She served as the Virgin Islands representative in the National Head Start Association to ensure that young children in the territory continue to receive the services that will help them succeed in school. The Virgin Islands Head Start program was the recipient of $42 million with no matching funds required, making the expansion of the Head Start program possible. Mrs. Molloy, a dedicated community activist, spent her entire career ministering to the needs of those living in poverty and often at great personal sacrifice. Her contributions to the community were not always appreciated by some, but it never deterred her from living a life of service and doing what she believed was right. The story of her life reminds me of the biblical parable of the talents found in the book of Matthew. She multiplied her God-given talents to twice the amount she was given to benefit others. I wholeheartedly approve of Bill number 35-0316 to honor Mrs. Molloy by renaming the Nude Hanson Complex as a Juel T.R. Molloy Complex. Up to this day, the name Juel Molloy is synonymous with the Department of Human Services. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Mrs. Molloy.
Thank you so much, Ms. Halbert, for that very insightful testimony. We will now proceed with Ms. Joanne Berry, a lady I know from Virgin Islands Housing Authority many years ago, to proceed with reading with your testimony into the record.
Good morning again. Good morning, Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, esteemed members of the committee, and fellow members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am Joanne Berry, and it's both an honor and a privilege to provide testimony today on Bill number 35-0316, an act honoring and commending my dear friend, Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy, for her years of dedicated service and meaningful contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first met Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy during her tenure on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. At that time, as a new member of the management team, I was struck by her meticulous attention to detail, her ability to extract critical specifics, and her remarkable shorthand note-taking skills. These qualities served as invaluable lessons for me as a young professional, although I must admit it was too late for me to learn and master shorthand. Our paths crossed again when I was appointed Chief Labor Negotiator by the Honorable Governor Alexander A. Farrelly, while Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy served as Commissioner of Human Services. Once again, I was deeply impressed by her unwavering passion for the elderly, children, and those most in need in our community. However, it was her exceptional problem-solving abilities that truly strengthened our bond. During a cabinet meeting, Governor Farrelly announced the formation of a deficit reduction task force, naming its members, including Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy, and appointing me as chairperson. I felt a surge of anxiety as it was a significant responsibility, and I desperately wanted to do well. I think I was the youngest cabinet member at the time. During the lunch break, Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy quietly came to me and assured me, "Don't worry, you're going to be fine." Those simple yet profound words instantly boosted my confidence. With the support of the task force members from various government departments, we produced an exceptional report, complete with meaningful recommendations. It was during the break of one of those task force meetings that I asked my friend if she was preparing Thanksgiving dinner. To my surprise, she jokingly asked if I was inviting her over. At first, I thought she was making a lighthearted joke. And I asked a friend of mine, I discussed it with a friend that lives in St. Croix, and I thought about it and realized that maybe she wasn't joking, and I extended the invitation. And to my delight, she accepted. And since that day, our families have shared Thanksgiving and many holidays since that occasion. Our professional journey continued during the governorship of Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull, where we were reunited again as colleagues. She was the governor's chief of staff, and I was the director of personnel. Together, we were part of the governor's financial team. And once again, Mrs. Rhymer-Molloy's contributions to our community were substantial and impactful. The numerous awards and certificates and recognitions she's received both nationally and locally are a testament to her exemplary leadership, her fiscal responsibility, and the tireless advocacy for our community. However, what may be less apparent is the depth of her compassion for all people, especially family and friends. She has dedicated herself to mentoring young Virgin Islanders, supporting families facing mental health challenges, assisting the elderly, offering a listening ear to people who are burdened with life's difficulties. For these reasons, and many, many more, I wholeheartedly support the recognition of my friend, Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy, by Bill number 350316. Her legacy of service, her dedication and compassion embodies the very spirit of our community and stands as a shining example for all of us to follow. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you so much, Ms. Berry, for that riveting testimony, painting a more in-depth, personal look at Mrs. Molloy. Finally, we will hear from Mr. Whitman Browne. Mr. Browne, kindly proceed by reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning. Protocol having been established, I will proceed. My name is Whitman T. Browne, born in Nevis, but now residing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've lived here on St. Thomas longer than I've lived any other place. Shortly after migrating here, back in the early 1980s, I started to hear and become familiar with the names of some people who stood out and did outstanding things in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Later, I did meet and got to know a number of the politicians. Yes, there were some I came to know well, admired, and worked with because of my interest in politics. In time, because of a very good relationship with later Governor Charles W. Turnbull, now deceased, I eventually met and worked closely with Mrs. Juel Molloy. When Governor Turnbull won his first election, I was assigned to work at Government House as one of the special assistants. It was after I reported to work at Government House on St. Thomas that I met Mrs. Juel Molloy, worked with, and over time came to know her. There are 7 things I will highlight about how I saw, came to know, and in time learned about Mrs. Juel Molloy when I worked with her and beyond that time. I'm also taking this opportunity to convey some special wishes for God's blessings on Mrs. Molloy. Number 1 is good leadership skills. Mrs. Molloy possesses a very good sense of leadership and its responsibilities. My experiences with her when I worked at Government House were enlightening and rewarding to my career as an educator and to my life as a leader. Although I had worked with other leaders in education before, none of them touched my life or inspired my personal growth in the manner Mrs. Juel Molloy did. She is one who plans well, sets goals, reviews them carefully, then works at achieving them successfully. As staff member in the office of the governor, we had frequent meetings, and there was an unusual, very positive sense of teaming. Everyone in the office under Mrs. Molloy's leadership always had some assignment to learn and grow from. My PhD studies were done in the area of leadership and organizational change. Yes, the choice was influenced by my interest in history, politics, and sociology, but my experiences in the varied dimensions of leadership during those 2 years I worked with Mrs. Molloy have never been forgotten. My autobiography, which was published recently, and I've highlighted a number of persons, and one person I wrote about as having touched my life profoundly as an effective leader was Mrs. Juel Molloy. Number 2, problem solving. One of the things I heard about Mrs. Molloy long before I met her in person was how effectively she worked as the lead of the Human Services departments, solving big problems and helping to keep the government working efficiently. I became aware too about how people who had big pressing problems, some political, often turned to Mrs. Molloy for help. In most cases, she helped them to find solutions. Quite often, Mrs. Molloy has been able to look beyond herself and the office she held. Seemingly, she always looked at matters carefully. Usually, she saw the broader community and would ask the question, how can I make it better for everyone? Number 3, I found Mrs. Molloy to be a Caribbean woman. Most of us in the Caribbean area share DNA and we share a very special history, some of it very sad. Migration has and continues to impact the stories of these islands. Frequently, despite the island of birth, many of us share both some history and blood. We are Afro-Caribbean people. However, at one time it was a horrible discriminatory experience here when one migrated to the U.S. Virgin Islands from other Caribbean islands such as Nevis, St. Kitts, or Antigua. I have experienced some of that sad reality here too. While I worked at Government House, there were some people who forgot we all originated from Africa, but were forcibly exiled to the Caribbean. A number of Virgin Islands did all they could to get the Nevis man out of Government House. However, whenever I reflect on the matter, I remember Mrs. Molloy including me in activities and treating me with respect. She played the role of a good, people-sensitive, responsible leader. Over time, I came to respect Mrs. Molloy as a very committed and faithful Afro-Caribbean woman. Number 4, commitment to family, friends, community. After years at Government House, I returned to education. I did not meet Mrs. Molloy often anymore, but I continued to hear about her. In time, we also became friends, and based on mutual respect, as time passed, and drawing on my conversations with her and my observations, it was impossible to miss out on Mrs. Molloy's caring commitment to her family, both on St. Thomas and in the BVI. Another point that became obvious is that her community, the church, and friends do matter. Only a few days ago, Mrs. Molloy was sharing with me the sadness she is experiencing because a number of her close friends in the community have passed on. Number 5, not motivated by arrogance. I have no doubt Mrs. Molloy is an intelligent, strong woman. She can and at times has pushed back when she saw it as necessary. However, the Juel Molloy I have known and continue to know is usually a humble woman. She goes to Walgreens to get her discounts too. She mixes with and helps others. She goes to church, attends funerals, and attends special functions organized by family and friends. Mixing with, seeing, and greeting friends are still on her to-do list. There is no arrogance or haughtiness in Mrs. Molloy's everyday dealings with others. A treasured relationship. Number 6, I feel very honored to have known, learned from, and that I continue being a friend of Mrs. Molloy. Over the years, I have watched her, treasured the relationship we share, and I will always love her as a sister. I cannot forget those special ways in which she touched and inspired my life many years ago. I also admire and continue to appreciate her sense of awareness that we share a common and connected humanity. And number 7, a wish for God's blessing. I appreciate the fact that Mrs. Juel Molloy has been chosen to be honored while she is still alive. It is always a best time to give awards and flowers. My very sincere congratulations are extended to Mrs. Molloy. Today, we can all pause, reflect, and say, Thank you, Mrs. Molloy, for your committed service and unique contributions to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Be assured that God has been watching you. Despite the challenges of this life, He has kept you too. Do continue to hold on to Him and to trust Him as you walk the journey of life. Expect and appreciate His blessings too. Remember, you can always stand on His promises. They are always sure. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Dr. Browne, for that very insightful and very thorough, in my perspective, where you outlined and highlighted several characteristics that make up the lady that we are honoring today: good leadership skills, problem-solving skills, a woman of the Caribbean region. She is very committed to friends and family in the community. I can attest to that. My cousin is her good sister, Ruth Leonard, and they are, you can see them all the time. And she is not motivated by arrogance. She's very humble, and she's a treasured leader. But the one I know the best is her ability and her work that she does within her church home, the Christ Church Methodist. So I know that she's also a woman of God. And so we are very grateful and thankful for a community perspective on that. I believe we have one more testimony that wasn't an invited testifier, wasn't on the list of persons we invited to testify, but this testimony was very compelling from a very much admired honorable servant as well. And so she asks, and it's former Senator Cleone Criqui, that her testimony be read into the record, even though she could not be present here today. So, Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the testimony into the record.
Statement of Honorable Cleone Criqui, former Senator at Large. Good morning. The Honorable Chairwoman Carla J. Joseph, members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Cleone Criqui. For 5 terms, I serve as the at-large senator in the Virgin Islands Legislature. I am beyond honored to submit this statement in support of Bill number 35-0316 to honor and commend my dear friend Juel Rhymer-Molloy for her dedicated services as numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chairwoman, let me be clear. Joanne Molloy began under the guidance and the tutelage of Earl B. Attlee's determination to recruit persons to render public service. I entered the political arena and Joel entered political administration. With this legislation, you recognize Joanne Molloy's significant public service achievements. Her many accomplishments are known to us all. She has served the elderly, the physically damaged, the indigent, the young, and countless others, too numerous to mention here today. Ms. Molloy's place in the annals of Virgin Islands history is well established. I thank you for the opportunity to allow me to add my comments here today on this significant piece of legislation honoring my friend, the great Juel T. Molloy. Certainly, with the passage of Bill number 35-0316, it will become a part of our storied Virgin Islands history. Thank you. Cleone Criqui, former Senator at Large. This ends the reading of this testimony, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. I believe I saw the Vice Chair for the committee in the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. So I would love if you, Madam Clerk, to record him as present. And then let's get a full tally of the number of members present for today's committee meeting.
Madam Chair, you have 7 present.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. So we have a full quorum with all members present, so we can complete and do the people's business. At this time, I also would like to recognize our minority leader, the man from Savannah, the Honorable Duane M. DeGraff. He's not a member of the committee, but he is present, and we are very grateful that he is here, and we give you a warm welcome to the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting. Okay, colleagues, we will proceed with a 1 round of 4 minutes questioning, and we will begin with Senator Milton E. Potter.
Thank you very much.
Media, kindly turn on Senator Potter's mic.
1, 2. Is it on? Yes.
There we go now.
I hear myself. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to our distinguished testifiers who have honored us with their presence here today. I think all of the distinguished testifiers in their own right have made significant contributions to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. But I want to extend an extra special good morning to the lady of the hour, our honoree, Mrs. Juel T.R. Molloy. I really believe that progressive communities honor, commend, and recognize their own when they achieve excellence in their chosen area, when they give of themselves in an unselfish manner. And for sure, Ms. Juel Molloy fits this category very easily. She was a former commissioner, former advisor to governors, and she has been an advocate for the most vulnerable among us, and that deserves a level of recognition. I concur with the former Senator O'Brien that I think her contributions are deserving of the Medal of Honor recognition. So we're going to work on that.
Thank you.
I wanted to start, though, by asking you, Ms. Molloy, what motivated you to pursue a career in public service, particularly in the field of human services?
Good morning. Maybe, senators, if I read my very short statement, Senator Potter's question will be answered. I made my son a promise that I would do no long speech today.
That's Cordell?
Cordell, you know I have one child, right? And he said to me, you know, Mommy, you like to chat a lot. So don't do any long speech today. And if you know me, excuse me, Senator?
I was just stating that we could hear your statement at the end.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
That is the actual icing on the cake we're building to honor you. So know that you will be the last
Okay.
to speak at the very end. So you could kindly proceed with answering Senator
question.
Potter's question. And,
Okay.
and timekeeper, note that to add a next minute to Senator Potter's time. I just
Thanks
want to
you.
be fair.
Thank you very generous.
Okay. Senator, I grew up in poverty. I was a very poor child. And poverty is not a pleasant experience. And when I was a child, I said one day, my mother reminded me of it too. When I was 10 years old, I said, I want to be a teacher, and I also want to have a position in which I can get out of poverty and do it in such a way that I can also help lots of people who are in poverty get out of that state and make themselves self-sufficient. I probably didn't know to say it like self-sufficient, but to also help themselves. And I am going to pray to God that He would give me the strength to do that. I really believe that prayers are answered
1 minute.
when you are sincere in your expressions to God.
Absolutely.
And I believe God answered my prayer.
Thank you, Ms. Molloy. I'm going to squeeze in one more question for the testifiers. And I know many of you, or if not all of you, have had the opportunity to sit around the table with the honoree, Mrs. Molloy, discussing big things. And brainstorming, what is the most significant attribute do you think Ms. Molloy brought to the table? I know she brings many, but if you were to just zero in on when you're sitting around that table, focusing on bringing resolution to a problem, what is the most significant attribute that Ms. Molloy brought to the table?
Senator,
All the testifiers answer the question briefly.
I have only one word. She tells the truth. You could depend on her to be honest. Tell you her mind, not to sugarcoat. And that is a quality that too many governors have not had access to.
30 seconds.
Candor. I appreciate that. Mrs. Halbert?
I would say she's trustworthy. And one of the things I learned from Mrs. Molloy, I admire about her. If you don't want to hear the truth, don't ask. Because she will not tell you what you want to hear. She'll tell you what you need to know. And that's what I admire about her most.
I appreciate that.
Time.
Mrs. Barry? Madam Chair, if I may.
She also
You may
knows
proceed.
how to extract the appropriate information. Many people don't know the right questions to ask. And she does. She will dig and ask the appropriate questions to get to the answers that we need to make the right decisions. And won't stop until she gets it.
I appreciate that. Dr. Brown?
I saw insightfulness and humility in Mrs. Molloy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, testifiers, for your responses. Once again, kudos to you, Mrs. Molloy. I am honored to have been one of the prime sponsors of this initiative. At the appropriate time, I'm certain that we're going to make the amendment to deal with the Medal of Honor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. We will now hear from Senator Francis Heiliger, who is joining us remotely. Senator Francis Heiliger.
I was wondering where she was.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Pleasant, good morning. You are now recognized for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed with your 4 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the honoree and testifiers. I want to take this opportunity to just really appreciate the conversation I'm listening to. And while I hear all the accolades of the many things that Ms. Juel Molloy has done over the years, certain things in this conversation is sticking out to me. And I'm hearing truth. I'm hearing someone that will tell you exactly how a situation is as opposed to sugarcoating it. I'm hearing the fact of the type of work that was put in regards to making sure that when it came to grant money, no monies was sent back. And those are the things that are sticking out to me right now because I'm not going to lie, I'm very concerned as to how we were able as a government under the leadership of the Honoree, and I know we did Ms. Juel Turnbull a couple months ago. When they came to the floor and they spoke about what they were able to accomplish during their tenure and how we were able to run this government more efficiently as it relates to finances and not sending back money. Explain to me, Ms. Molloy, what do you think as a government we can do to get back to some of that time? Because I hate when I hear that we are having financial issues, but yet we somehow manage to send back millions of dollars. Those type of things frustrate me to no end. And I need to hear from people of yesteryear how we can fix it and the things that you guys did back then, whether to hold people accountable to make sure that we get back on that pathway of making sure that we spend every dime in this territory that is afforded to us.
Very good question. And that's also in my short remarks. And those senators who know me well know that I have discussed that over and over and over again. One of the things that I say repeatedly is that the senators should make better use of the post-audit division. And I know that my friend and sister Ruth Leonard recall that I said up to this week, if the senators had allowed me to come to the legislature years ago, when my husband was post-auditor, the senators would not have the issue now regarding
30 seconds.
the retroactive pay. The reason why I was not allowed to come to the legislature has to do with what the persons on my left said to you. They know I would have told the truth. And telling the truth would have allowed my husband's proposal to pass. And what would have happened is that he would have gotten the credit for it. Okay?
Oh.
That's the truth. Okay?
Time.
And that Madam Chair, could I quickly wrap up?
Yes, you may proceed to wrap up.
Thank you. And that is a major problem I see with our government, that people seem to, at times, would rather stick their head in the sand and not just be forthcoming and just tell the truth. Because sometimes the truth can fix a lot of issues as opposed to skirting around it. I had to fill out a forum interview this week, and they said, if you had a superpower, what would it be? I said I would have the power to make people tell the truth. Mm-hmm. I would be called the truth sayer. And I recognized a long time ago, if people just utilize that one thing, we could be further along in our government than we are right now. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate you sharing that information with us, Molloy, and I will definitely be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. You know, when that word truth is a really strong ethics and moral code that we should have.
Yeah.
Typically, when I'm questioning testifiers, especially in the Committee on Finance, regarding their budgets and how they're spending, and also the drawing down on funds and their relationship, I always say, tell the truth and shame the devil, because we all are here as public servants. It's not about the I, but it's about the collective, the we. So to be able to manage money with a level of fidelity and thoroughness is what we should be striving for. And I really want to always commend you, Ms. Molloy, on your ability to do that and to be able to spend money and not waste it and have things collected, but put whatever you plan to execute, put it in use and execute it as it should be executed. At this time, I will recognize Senator Samuel Carrion on the Big Island of St. Croix for your 4 minutes. Senator Carrion, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. And good morning also to the testifiers that are present, viewing and listening audience, and the lady of the hour. My respects and honor to Ms. Juel Molloy. So great to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you. I am honored and privileged to be part of this committee today and sit here and hear all those wonderful testimonies in regards to Ms. Molloy, who I had the opportunity to meet under the MAP administration and saw firsthand her professionalism, her leadership, and the character type of woman she is. And I must say I have a great deal of admiration for her. When Ms. Molloy entered a room, her presence would be felt in the room. She commands a level of respect which speaks highly of who she is, but also a very humble in spirit, what I think is so crucial and important in anyone who is in any leadership role. And I think maybe that's part of what made her the success that she is. Her name was whispered in the halls of human services up to this day because of the work that she did and the legacy that she has left. I'm pretty sure that looking at the status today brings a bit of sadness to Ms. Molloy, because we know things are not how they were running and operating before. But I want to thank you for your years of service in many areas and capacities over the years, and what you have contributed to this territory. Your work has not been in, and we are today here recognizing you because of that, because of the footprint that you have left and the many lives that you have touched and been part of the formation of the character of many that are continuing to serve within this government. So thank you very much, Ms. Molloy. From all your years of service, where did the inspiration come from for you to serve the way that you have over the years? Where all of this came from?
I believe that inspiration came from God. I prayed a lot to God. I continue to do that up to this day. I prayed for Him to show me what I should do, what I should study, and that's why you're going to see, I'm sure you've seen in the material in your files, that I took a multidisciplinary approach to my education. So I studied business, I studied education, and I studied the social sciences. And so I had a rounded education that allowed me to do what I wanted to do. And that's part of why human services experience was so successful in achieving what I did. But that inspiration came from God. God knew that I prayed about being able to do what I did, and I think that's where it came from. God said, that's your purpose, and no matter what they do to you or try to do to you, I'm going to keep you on this earth until you can achieve what you want to achieve.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. That faith is at the center of all that you do, and that inspiration came from the Creator. My time has been called, but on the chair's time, Ms. Molloy, if you could share some nuggets of wisdom to this current generation and leadership that is uprising, what would that be? We'd like to hear that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for leniency. And of course, I'll be voting in favor of this resolution. And all the best to you, Ms. Molloy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Ms. Molloy, you may proceed. Nugget of wisdom.
Right.
With answering Senator Carrion's question, what nugget of wisdom would you be able to share? Would you like to, you can share with us today?
I would like to encourage young people. I would like to say to them that dreams do come true. I want them to go to God in prayer and ask Him to show them the way. And He will. That deep and abiding faith in God would get you far down the road to achieving what you want to achieve. And I want to let them know that what you're doing today in terms of putting my name on that building, that when they look at the name, I want them to think of not Juel Molloy, but Juel Molloy. For what happened, she had a dream, and she went to Him with whom all things are possible. And in my statement, you'll hear that I do believe it. I really believe it. It happened. And if it happened for me, it can happen for you young people. It definitely can happen, without a doubt in my mind.
Thank you so much, Ms. Molloy, for that confirmation of your faith and testimony of how God moved so powerfully in your life to order your steps. At this time, I'd like to recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Joanne E. James Sr. Senator James, you are recognized for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0316, a resolution to honor Ms. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I just want to highlight some things in the resolution that stood out to me. And I just want to say, truly, thank you, Ms. Molloy, for your years of service. You were employed with the Virgin Islands Community Action Agency for 17 years, and 14 of those 17 years you served as the executive director. It also speaks about it also mentions your involvement with the League of Women Voters. And as we speak about the League of Women Voters, I have to go back and watch that episode for the candidates who are vying for the position of delegate to House of Representatives. I think it was here recently. But as far as your involvement with the League of Women Voters, Ms. Rhymer-Molloy, can you speak to some of the things that you're proud of as far as you being able to work with those individuals, specifically for the League of Women Voters?
As a matter of fact, Senator James, when I was president of the League of Women Voters, I worked harder in that job than I did at Community Action, because those were the years when the League of Women Voters, we were called here to the legislature more frequently than I had in terms of meetings. Those were the years when the league's position was requested by the senators on an ongoing basis. We had monthly meetings. We had TV programs, weekly radio programs, etc. And one of the things we kept saying to the senators, do not let the executive branch of government do the senators' work. Do not give up that authority you have to control funds. The minute you over appropriate by $1, then you give the executive branch all of your power. And I see that you're giving them still a little more power than they deserve. Okay?
Well, thank you for placing that on the record, because I was
really
listening
powerful.
to 103.5 FM this morning with Mr. Sinclair Williams, and I think it was Miss Betty Wilson. She was on the radio and she was talking about individuals having to need to respect individuals who came before them. And some people might say, oh, that seniority thing is nonsense, but I really do respect individuals like yourself who are really committed to public service, and not just for 1 year, 2 years, like really dedicated to community service. And I just want to say that I'm happy to be a member of this committee and to be one of those to give you your roses while you're alive. And I really wish that the younger people who are coming into government can follow into individuals like yourself footsteps. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, for your line of questioning. At this time, the Chair will recognize the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Giddens. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, and good morning to all. It is truly a good day in the Virgin Islands. So happy to see the faces before us this morning. I almost feel like I am back at a cabinet meeting at Government House. Seeing some of the faces there, I apologize that I am not physically there on St. Thomas, but Mrs. Molloy, I owe you a big, big hug. Congratulations this morning.
Thank you.
This honor is truly well-deserved. Your hard work and vision for not just the Department of Human Services, but this government overall have truly set the pace. I thank you for your years of service and the vision you have helped shape for the programs that's within the Department of Human Services. Again, look at your record. You have worked for more than 3 governors. And I always used to say, you know, if one person could work for so many governors, it must be something about this individual that these governors have recognized. And so again, I don't know, just doing this isn't enough to thank you for your services to the people of this Virgin Islands. But naming that complex in your honor is worthy as well. And hopefully we don't just name the complex in your honor, but we take care of that property. Yeah. Too often we're seeing where we just leaving government properties dilapidated.
1 minute.
When we put a people's name on them, let's make sure that we take care of it, especially when we're giving our flowers while they're alive. As I was reviewing the bill before us, I will definitely be signing on to this, but we have some work to do on this because we can't sell you short in this. This is historic. We need to see the dates served. We need to see some. We're gonna just add some meat to this soup. Put it that way. I have nothing to ask because I am fully aware of all your contributions, or most of your contributions, I should say. And it gave me some goosebumps here, and I was laughing in the conference room here with some of our visitors here, especially when Miss Joanne Berry spoke to your shorthand. You know how many times I'm in meetings with Mrs. Molloy, and she's sitting there and she's capturing these notes, and you look at that paper as much as you want. If you ain't know nothing about shorthand, ain't a thing on that paper you could understand. And by the time that meeting is over, she can recap that whole meeting as if
30
she was a
seconds.
stenographer. The only sad thing I have always said, and I know that before you left Government House, you had someone young working with you. And I always say that this is what we need to do. We always need to make sure that we train up someone and have a young person with you so that they can carry on your legacy and the things that you have put in place. Again, human services, those programs have been, a number of them have been shaped under the leadership of Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy. Thank you so much again for your contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. I love you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Majority Leader, for your expressions, because I know you served as the executive security for the Turnbull administration, and you worked closely with Ms. Molloy in her capacity of Chief of Staff. I recall that vividly because I also worked in the Turnbull administration as well. So I really want to commend you on your point of view, which I believe is accurate relative to Ms. Molloy. At this time, the chair will recognize Minority Leader.
Quick point of information. I'm sorry.
One moment, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader, you wanted to make an additional comment?
I apologize. I wanted to recognize the presence of former Assistant Commissioner Mrs. Benjamin here in the chambers with us. My young one tie up my tongue. Mrs. Benjamin. Just wanted to recognize her in the audience, and some of other retirees from, not retirees, one retiree from the Department of Human Services that worked with Mrs. Molloy, and the current Director of Senior Citizens Affairs. Thank you.
And the current director would be Mr. Milligan of Senior Citizens Affairs, correct?
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Alvin Milligan.
Well, you can't go and introduce the former assistant commissioner of human services and forget the name of Mr. Milligan, especially that he plays the organ at your home church. So thank you so kindly for that, Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Good morning, Madam Jewel, Juel Molloy.
Changing my spelling.
Yes, I need to add down the building. Yeah, I need to add down to the building, Juel, Jewel Molloy. Again, it's I'm not a member of this committee, but I vote yes. And I'll tell the sponsor of the bill, he can worry with the other 13 senators. You try to convince them. You ain't got to convince me. I vote yes. You know, as the only Savanero senator in this 35th legislature, congratulations.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank you.
You know, I'm very happy that you get your flowers while we're above ground, as we say. But the only question I have is, in God first and in all that I have become as a man, I attribute to Savant. And I tell everybody I'm from Savant. And I say that because the impact that the village had on me as a community, yeah, we didn't have everything. But when we work together, we compile. So if my mother have a bag of rice, the next door neighbor gonna eat rice. We gonna eat rice. You might have flour, we gonna eat bread. That was the neighborhood I grew up. That's why I love Savant so much. And you're a product of it.
That's right.
And to see the power that you have achieved in just walking into a room. You know, in United States, when they talk about women's rights and power of women, in the Caribbean, women have been powerful from day one.
Mm-hmm.
They rule the house. So to see that all you have accomplished and the great accolades that you hear and attributed to you, two questions I have. One is having a son and raising a son during this time frame of your rise to major heights while now having a son who's a grown man now, doing very well. You know, the time that you were able to spend with him and the time after coming from Savant, going before you became known as Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy. That time frame before the obstacles that you faced as a woman growing up, black woman growing up in the Caribbean, you know, on your way up. So those two questions is basically what happened. How you are dealt with dealing, raising your son, a boy, young male, full of energy, and the obstacles you face as a female, black female, growing up toward your prominence.
It was tough. It was tough. And it's one of the things I will talk about when I introduce him, but it seems like many of you know him already. But it was tough. And one of the toughest days of my life was the day that my son said to me, we were having some conversations, and now that I'm retired, truly retired, he has more time with me. And when we talk about problems, I said to him, you know, well, why didn't you think about talking to me about some of those things? His answer was, Mommy, I could not burden you anymore because everybody comes to you. Ministers, commissioners, governors, everybody. I couldn't put any more burdens on you. That was one of the toughest days. That's an obstacle. That was a big sacrifice on his part. That's an obstacle. That's the biggest one. Since we don't have much time, just take that as one of the biggest.
That's where he's going to be great too.
That was tough.
So
time.
But again, so in closing, I couldn't let this day pass without being here, even though I'm not a member of this committee, to let you know, Savant got your back, the Virgin Islands have your back, the people of the world who all you have touched have your back, and thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
And thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minority Leader. The chair will now proceed with her time on the clock. Madam Clerk, kindly put 4 minutes on the clock for me. So I wanted to begin by thanking everybody for being here. If we have a moment, media, could you shine the light on the gallery that we have here, or the camera rather, on the gallery of supporters in the chambers that we have here in support of Bill number 35-0316? Let's do that as the first order of business so we have some good people here. Thank you so much, media, for accomplishing that so rapidly. I want to begin my line of questioning first by asking each one of you, because I always admired Miss Molloy from afar. She seemed to be a well-grounded person, even demeanored individual, very calm, very precise. And I want to know, has she always been, or have you ever encountered a time when she wasn't as cool as a cucumber? That's what I want to get at. Because if you come up from such humble roots, similar to me, and I signed on this bill, and as you know, Ms. Molloy, I had the authorship of this bill. And I was going to rename another area in your honor, which you influence in the purchasing of the cash. But I have another lady, Senator Fonseca. That's how we work together, you know. We do work together. Fonseca, he said, this building. I said, okay, I am going to yield, and I'm going to allow you to go ahead and go forward with that. But one opportunity when she wasn't as cool as a cucumber. I will start first with you, the Honorable James O'Brien Jr.
No, I've never experienced it.
You're telling the truth. Tell the truth and shame the devil.
One incident I want to put on the record. Right after Hurricane Hugo. First time in 50 years a hurricane, right? And Human Services was youth and the senior citizens. And I called her about taking our youth program to go send them to go and take care of the senior citizens. I've never heard her so happy, because we were doing something using what we had available to serve the senior citizens, and we put the young people to work to clean Lucinda Millen, Herbert Grigg, the other centers, Queen Louise, where we had seniors who were devastated in their rooms. And the children went and did it. And Mrs. Molloy, within 15 minutes, told me, yes, go do it. And then she called back to tell me how to do it. She's on top of her game at most times, especially in crisis.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Halbert, former Commissioner Halbert, you?
I think, as I can remember, the one time I've seen Mrs. Molloy
30 seconds.
Almost lose her cool was when you don't spend your money. When you had federal dollars that is coming to the end of the fiscal year and you aren't spending it, then she wasn't really like wrathing us up or anything like that, but you could see the displeasure, because no way in this world, as Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, was her name going to be tarnished because you did not do what you were supposed to do and spend your money. But I want to say I am grateful for her leadership. I think I learned a lot from her, so when I became Commissioner of Human Services, I had a lot of things that I could put into practice because I learned so much from her.
Thank you, former Commissioner, for that. Ms. Joanne Berry, you?
Tell the truth and shame the devil.
Tell the truth and shame the devil.
Which one shall I tell?
To anyone.
Probably during fiscal team meetings, when we're trying to balance the budget and during difficult fiscal times at the fiscal team meeting at 9, 10 o'clock at night, and we're struggling to get the government's finances together, and everyone has their own ideas. And, you know, she's a fiscal person, and yeah, we had some difficult battles, and sometimes she would lose her cool, especially after it's past her dinner time. She gets really, really, really upset if you keep her past the time for her to have her dinner. So if you prolong the meeting and it's not going her way, she gets a little tense that time. So, but it's always for a good cause. Usually it's fiscal issues, but we always come out in the end with a plan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barry. Dr. Brown, and you finally?
Mrs. Molloy usually planned well, and as I said, she was insightful in terms of looking ahead. But when she put something together and everybody was brought in to participate, and then somebody fell apart, it was very, it was difficult for her to deal with it. She became upset about it, and things fell apart.
And that is understandable. I want to really say thank you all for being here and for your testimony, because you painted a really great picture of the lady of the hour, and especially for the Honorable James O'Brien Jr., who let it out the bag that I campaigned for him way back when I was in high school. That's a civics, and that's one of the reasons why this committee and giving persons their honor while they are on top of God's earth is very critical. So we could add this into the history books and what we are teaching our young people in school, because we always have to be breeding a new crop of young people. So them knowing the history and how persons have worked very hard and diligently in our community to accomplish great things is very important. And I especially like Ms. Molloy, your testimony when you asked questions of what inspired you. You laid all on the table that God inspired you, and your prayers were answered, and very much your spirituality. We have, this committee in particular, have gone through a number of resolutions honoring people in our community. And I'll tell you, one of the common thread in honoring all of them is that faith in God, even from the youngest. We had a Miss Russell. She is now she's a pilot. And so she even said it, that's one of the foundation. And that's something that we need to really encourage with our younger generation. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I could tell you, having children and teaching them that faith is critical, because that's how we are able to continue to build our community, continue to stabilize our community, and to build up people who are respectful and who are law-abiding and who can definitely show love and demonstrate that love, that God-given love. So that's critical. I see former Senator James O'Brien, you have your hand raised.
Yes.
Kindly proceed.
I just wanted to leave one note from a historical perspective. I think we should always give consideration when we do what we're doing, and it is fitting and proper to rename this complex after. There should be some marker somewhere on the property that's for history's place. Say this is where the Lou Hansen Hospital at some point used to be. I'd like my grandchildren to come and say this is where Daddy was born. And, just some place, every place. I'd like them to see if they do something else with the Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver School.
Your grandfather.
My great-grandfather, that we designate something on the property saying this is where E. Benjamin Oliver School at one point was. Because some legislature decided to honor E. Benjamin Oliver, and if we choose to rename it, which is the right of a Senate, at least there should be some recognition that somebody before did work in this community and is in, his legacy or their legacy should continue into the future.
And that's well noted. Now, Ms. Molloy, we will now receive your testimony.
Okay.
And to have it read into the record.
Okay, I have notes so I will read from my notes. Good morning, still morning. Good morning to you, Madam Chair, and to all the members of the committee. First, let me say I'm really honored that every member of the committee, everyone is present. I appreciate that, and any other persons that may join here on St. Thomas and on St. Croix. It's indeed a pleasure for me and an honor to be here today, the place where I started my government service, and to be among some of the persons who have contributed tremendously to my accomplishments and dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands. What a wonderful God we serve. Dreams do come true. I want to first thank the testifiers here who really know me well, who know me very well. A poor little girl from Savannah had a dream. One day, the faithful God whom she served would grant her the wisdom, the strength, the vision, the commitment to work hard and to stay focused in spite of criticism and 2 actual physical attempts on her life. A bout with cancer, a very aggressive form that involved 2 types of chemotherapy and radiation. That faithful God brought me through all that. He also provided the assistance that was needed to show this little girl from Savannah how to rise out of poverty. And he helped that little girl to devote her career to improving the lives of the most vulnerable members of the community. After she worked very hard and obtained her bachelor's degree, she obtained her first full-time government job at the Virgin Islands legislature and was supervised by the late Warren E. Browne. At that time, he was called either the executive director or the executive secretary. Mr. Browne recommended me for consideration on the piece of legislation that at that time provide assistance to employees whose performance was considered to be excellent. And it was the same senator after whom this hall was named, then Senate President Earl B. Otley, who headed the effort, supported by his colleagues, and helped to convince me that my dream would come true if I completed graduate studies and returned to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Earl B. Otley. Ladies and gentlemen, I will never forget from whence I came. And the fact that this legislature of the Virgin Islands helped me to finance my graduate studies at 2 of the best Ivy League universities in the United States. I couldn't afford to go to any Ivy League school I could pass every test that was given, but only the very best, apparently, and the very rich could have afforded at that time to go to the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce and Columbia University. But Earl Attlee and Warren Browne told me, we want you to apply only to Ivy League schools. We will provide the money in here because we know when you say something, you're going to do it. You're going to come back home, fine, we're going to work it out. And that's why I've always had a very special feeling for this legislature. And that is why I've always given my advice when you've asked. I feel that you must not forget who helped you to get where you are. And it is this body that allows me to say without fear of contradiction that the people of the Virgin Islands can provide services of the highest quality. When you hear me say that we are not supposed to be at the bottom of anything, I mean that. We proved it at Human Services, where we took programs from the bottom of the nation to the top. Yes, we can do it. We can do it in education. We can do it in finance. We can do it in health. If we all work together, we put our brains together, and we stop this fighting and pulling and all of that, and who gets credit, guess what? We are supposed to be among the best. And it is you here at the legislature that helped me to be studying among the so-called brightest and the best, and helped me to grow with that, okay? And to learn that to get to the bottom of a lot of things, you have to do what Joanne Berry said here. Learn what kind of questions to ask so that you can really know how to go after the solution. Having said that, I will fulfill my promise to my son that I will not make a long speech today. I will do what my top priority is today, and that is to shut up on that part and now do only my top priority, and that is to let you know that I could not have gotten to where I am without this legislature and these persons whom I asked to be present here today. Okay? The ones sitting up here, I see Jimmy's putting his hand on this. But it's true. A lot of people, once they get to a certain level, they think, oh, I'm up there and I did all the work and all whatever, and they forget. Not me. Thank you all. Legislature, I want to thank those of you who supported the bill, the sponsors of the bill, because you felt that I deserve to be recognized while I can smell my flowers. Thank you, senators, very much. And now I want to tell you some other people who have helped me. Of course, I have to put God first. I'm putting God first because I know with Him all things are possible. And only what is done for Him will last. My mother taught me that. And I always remember, if I feel like I'm going off track, I go back to what my mother taught me. My son, Cordell Rhymer Jr., where are you? Cordell, thanks for your patience. Yes, he deserves some clapping for too. A patient child. What a patient child. I can't tell you that he was rude to me one day, not even one day. And that must have been tough because I am not easy. You asked about whether I ever lost my cool, and I used to have the worst temper in the world. Most people, when I said, you? You used to, yeah, I had to do some practicing. Okay? So he didn't see that bad temper. But I used to have one. I've gotten over it now. But he has always shown me love and commitment. One child, but I could not ask for a child that was more committed to his mother. Okay? Winston and Ruthie, my left and my right hand. My brother Winston, I could not ask for better. And I'm not going to talk long, so I'm not going to run too much long. And Ruth Leonard, my left. I told them they could select which one want to be the left and who want to be the right. But Ruthie has been my best friend from when we were toddlers. We lived next door to each other. Okay? And so Ruthie and I have remained that way. That's why whenever you see me, you see her. When we don't see us together, people say to me, you left your right hand home, you're a twin. And when I asked Ruthie, what is it about me that you don't like? Her answer was, I don't like the fact that you are so unselfish. You always put yourself last. And I want to see you do a little more of your things for you. Okay, and she's working on me. She's working, she's getting there. But my thing is always service above self. Ruthie, I'm getting there, I'm not as dumb as you think. Okay? But Ruth, everybody knows who my best friend is. Stand up, Ruthie, let them see you. And then I also invited here for you to know who my closest cousins are. Barbara, Delta, Donna, Leroy, all of you back there? Yeah. All right. And then you already heard about these persons here who are very, very special to me. Dr. Heath, I think you know, is my adopted brother. Couldn't be here today, but let me tell you, if I remember this 35th legislature for anything, I'm going to remember that this 35th legislature knows how to appreciate good people and to give them their flowers while they can smell them. Because if you know what Dr. Heath went through to keep Seaview alive for as long as it was, I am so happy that you folks are smart enough to let him get his flowers while he's alive. So I don't want anybody talking about the 35th legislature doesn't know what they're doing. Tell them say it around somebody else other than me, okay? Now, one of the things that I keep getting my praises for up to now is the role that I played with respect to cleaning up the food stamp program. I remember when I came here for confirmation, that was one of the things that the senators said to me. Every year, you coming down, the department is coming down here talking about wanting money to pay for this error rate. The sanctions used to be $800,000, $900,000, $1 million, and whatever. And Senator Ruby Rose said to me, and then she called me at home to remind me. She said, you know, you gave a good confirmation address, and you said you're going to do all these different things. If you do just one, that is the cleanup of the food stamp program. You don't have to do anything else, okay? But you know who did that for me? The details of Kathleen Richards. Where are you, Kathleen? Stand up so everybody can see who you are. You and Ermin Bushelter. They're the ones who did the detail work, okay? So when you're at the top, you get the credit and you get the licks, all right? But those two, I talk about them up to now because that has saved this government millions and millions of dollars. The rentals for Nude Hansen, that saved you over $50 million up to now. But the food stamp program, I'm sure, has saved you much, much more than that. It's them. I want you to know also the people who worked with me as administrative assistants and secretaries and so forth, because one of the most important lessons I learned when I was going through business school and so forth is that you don't let anybody select your secretary and your administrative assistant for you. They can kill you. You better select somebody good for you there. Your custodial worker who's in your office all day and all night, and your secretary. Benet, for I stand up. Benet. Benet protected me all the way. Okay? And the only thing with Benet is that when she would go to work any place else, she always used to tell the people, look, I was trained by Joel Molloy, so this nonsense you're all doing down here, I'm not going to tolerate that. So she got me into some trouble in between there. But Benet was there for me all through some very tough times. So I want her to be commended. And Chioki George Jackson, I don't think Chioki made it down. Did she? Okay. But anyway. And Beverly Hendricks for St. John. Who was St. Croix? Is Laverne Robles over there? Laverne didn't make it? Okay. Alvin Milligan. I just want to take 1 minute. I think it was Senator Javern James that was asking me about the young people. I just want to give you a little story about Alvin Milligan. Alvin Milligan, who's that over? Alvin, I met Alvin at Aldersville. He was only 15 years old at that time. But I watched how he dealt with senior citizens. I mean, you could see the love. You could see that he really cared. And he just was so endearing. And I talked with him and I said, you know, you are such a pleasant person. I can see the love pouring out to those senior citizens. I want you to be able to work here all summer, and I want you to spend some permanent time. I want you to be able to work here. He said, but they said they can't hire me. I'm too young. I said, well, I'm going to work on that. I'm going to call the governor. So I called the governor up and I said, you know, Governor, there's something in the federal government that's called a waiver that a lot of people don't know about and don't take advantage of. We should do that here, you know. There's certain things that you can waive. And I told him the story about this young man. And since he didn't move on it by the end of the day, I called him back the next morning. And every one of the 4 governors that I work with will tell you, Joel will harass you till you get it done, so you might as well do it. So he did it with Alvin. And Alvin then worked continuously with those senior citizens. Alvin is now the director of the Division of Senior Citizen Affairs at Human Services. So Alvin, I am so proud of you, and I want you to continue the good work. So that's what you call development of young people. He worked and he grew and he grew and he grew. Laverne is not there? Laverne, wow. Again, development, okay? Laverne used to have a temper like mine, okay? And I let Laverne know that Miss Ruth E. Thomas, one of my adopted mothers, I'm sure all of you know that, she was the one that helped me with that temper of mine, because she called me after honors English one day, and she said to me, if you learn nothing else from me, learn this. Those whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. So I don't want you throwing any books at those guys' heads. Okay? They know that to destroy you would be to step on your pretty black shoes and that kind of thing. You can be above all the rest of them. You could be governor of the Virgin Islands if you want to be. But if you get mad and you do something stupid, you'll never get there. So when they step on your shoes the next time, you must laugh. And then they're going to leave you alone. So I said, Laverne, you see that temper of yours? I'm going to work with you until you get rid of it. Laverne worked until she became the director of homemaker services for the elderly. And even now in her retirement, she goes to help the elderly. Okay? Development of young people. All right? And what about Cheryl Plaskett? Also, great development of young people up to now. Cheryl still continues. Where's Ivani Hodge? She had to run? Oh, there she is. Also, my assistant. You have to have a good assistant. If you do not develop other people to carry on when you leave, then you have not done your job as a good leader. Okay? You saw how Sedonie continued after I left. Okay? Human services didn't just get so. It took a lot of years and obviously not continuous training. When Sedonie sent something to Government House after I left, I only had to do a cursory review of it, not every line, because Sedonie learned and sent good work there. Sedonie, if it were not for you, I wouldn't have done as well as I did. So when I had people like you and Jimmy O'Brien, Jimmy, tell them how you got the statistics down when we had such a rise in crime among young people and you developed those preventative programs. Down, down, down. Okay? All right. And there's so many other people. Let me see. Did I leave anybody out? What about my family back there? Delta and Barbara and all those other folks that helped me out. I don't want to leave a soul. I spoke about you already. Did I leave anybody out? Any of the family over on St. Croix? Did any of them make it over? Gary, Ruben, you guys over there? Well, those are my, and where's my angel Carabo? Is she over there too? Oh, there's Carabo. They are so supportive of me. They know what happened to me when Tappy died. Everybody knows how I love my husband. Oh my gosh. And so they stayed with me, made sure that they stayed in touch with me all along and supported me so that I could still continue to do my work and not be low down in spirits and stuff like that. That's how you get along. So when I get this honor today, I don't get this support from you on my own. It's because all of these people have been supportive of me. Okay? And so I just wanted to say that. Thank you for this honor, but these other people are who helped me to get here today.
And thank you so much, Ms. Molloy, for painting such a broad picture of all the persons who played, and I'm sure there are many more.
Many more.
That you can list who played a critical role in your life. At this time, I will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for your 4 minutes, and then we will have the vote thereafter. Kindly recognize Senator Fonseca's mic. Media?
Yes, thank you so
good.
kindly, Madam Chair. Commissioner Molloy, I got a call from the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. She told me to tell you, even though she's not a member of this committee, she had intended to be here, but she had a medical emergency with her mom. But she fully supports this bill, and she will be signing on as a primary sponsor to the bill.
Okay.
So, thank you. So, I wanted to tell you a little story of this bill, right? Because I figure I know all Miss Molloy's close friend, Ruthie, I know John Martinborough, I know Clarice Canton from Savan, I know Gary Molloy, I went to all of them, say, listen, you know, I want to honor Miss Molloy, right? I can't get Miss Molloy, you know, what's happening, you know? I finally went to Marcy, the nurse out at Chilterbrand, and I said, Marcy, I know you to run interference for Miss Molloy. I know her good from health department. I say, I need to talk to Miss Molloy, give her this. And I finally, you know, because, you know, when I became a senator, I had two main goals: to honor Dr. Heath and Juel Molloy, because both of you had a profound influence on my life. But I thank you for finally agreeing to go through with this, because I know how you are. You did things for the people without any needing to be recognized. So I thank you so much. So I've consulted with my colleagues, and colleagues, I want to inform you that at the appropriate time, I will be moving an amendment in line 13, bestowing the Medal of Honor on Miss Juel Molloy. So that will be included in the bill.
Thank you.
Yes. So, you know, I wanted to go to Sedonie Halbert real quick, because, you know, what you said is what we still need. And you said every manager in the Department of Human Services was aware that Commissioner Molloy would accept no excuse for federal dollars going back.
That's right.
You know, that's what we need right now today, because last year Human Services had the most federal dollars go backs. So Ms. Molloy, you know, and I have a lot of confidence in the current commissioner. She's just gotten the job, Honorable Commissioner Everett George. But give us some advice on what it takes to make sure that no federal dollars goes back.
If she would take my advice, I'm willing to give it. I believe in teaching, and as I said, one of the things that I like to do is to teach. And that's one of the things I did at Human Services. So if she would welcome my advice, I would do it. Because as I think most of you know, that I continue to say that the major problem of the government, as I see it, is not lack of money. It is lack of serious management of that money. And that is why I was able to buy so many buildings cash, pay all the light bills, pay all the GERS bills, all of those other things. And I wanted to pass that on, you know?
Thank you. I'll make the connections so that you can communicate directly with her. Yes. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Do I hear a motion?
Motion. Amendment.
Oh, Bernie Turnbull, you had this Bernie Sidon there from me?
One moment.
I have 1 minute?
You may, Ms. Molloy. The chair will be lenient and grant you that,
please.
that
She
1
is
minute.
There hiding behind it.
Well, you have to say who the she is.
Bernie Turnbull, I thought I said it.
Yes.
Bernie Turnbull, I couldn't do it without Bernie Turnbull. Both her health and finance and her prayers. And the lady in front of her too, with feeding the elderly, because I could not stand to hear that elderly people were hungry. Get right up there. Another Sabanero.
And that's Ms. Joseph.
Ms. Joseph, yes. Those are the people, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I would have been so mad if I had walked out of here and did not recognize she's hiding.
All right.
Amendment.
So we want to get to the business of moving this bill along. We're a little bit behind time. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-987 to bill number 35-0316. Bill number 350316 is amended as follows. A, page 1, at line 10, by inserting now Hampton University, comma, apostrophe, after apostrophe Institute 2, at line 11, comma, by striking apostrophe CUM and inserting apostrophe cum small case letter, apostrophe by striking quotation graduating after quotation or honors, apostrophe, and by striking.
Senator Potter, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment.
Statement.
I so move.
Reading of the amendment has been moved by Senator Potter. Do we get a second?
Oh, I can have this?
It has been properly seconded by Senator
Thank you so much.
Fonseca and Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, motion carried.
Motion. I so move. I so move.
Who seconds it? Second. Okay, the motion has been, the amendment has been moved by Senator Fonseca and seconded by Senator Potter. I believe I heard Senator Francis Heiliger. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, seconded. Any objection? Hearing none. So ordered. So carried.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0316 as amended, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Senator Fonseca, kindly restate your motion.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-036 as amended, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second.
Senator Fonseca, that is, okay. Senator Fonseca, we're going to take a minute break so we could make sure that we get the amendment, the motion properly, so we could move this vehicle to the next level. Okay, we're going to take just 1 minute break. The committee stands in recess for a minute. Senator Fonseca. And we are back on the record. Senator Fonseca, you have a motion.
Motion.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move bill number 35-0316 as amended, an act honoring and commending Ms. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands be voted upon favorably by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0316 has been properly moved by Senator, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca and seconded by Senator Milton E. Potter. Roll call on bill number 35-0316.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
He probably didn't hear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay for Joe Molloy.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Senator Joanne E. James Sr.
Yes, yes.
Senator Joanne E. James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas, 0 nays.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0316, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, an act commending Mrs. Juel Turnbull Rhymer-Molloy for her years of dedicated services and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I would like to ask that the testifiers, and please adhere to this instruction, present closing remarks, 30 seconds, not 30 minutes, 30 seconds closing remarks, because we're running on time. We will begin with the Honorable James O'Brien Jr. Kindly proceed.
You have done a good thing. I am finished.
Very succinct and to the point. I appreciate that deeply. Ms. Sedonie Halbert, kindly proceed with your 30-second closing remarks.
Yes, Mrs. Molloy really and truly deserved this honor. The only thing that I wished today is that it was done earlier, but it's not too late. And so I'm thankful to all of you for recognizing the great person she is.
Thank you so kindly for that, Ms. Halbert. Ms. Joanne Berry, 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you for your unanimous favorable consideration in honoring Mrs. Molloy.
And thank you so kindly for those remarks and your presentation, Ms. Berry. Dr. Whitman Browne.
I'm delighted to be here standing with Mrs. Molloy while she's being honored.
Thank you so kindly for that as well. And last but not least, is the lady of the hour, who we were so thankful to be here to make your presentation and to give us those on-point guidance regarding how to really manage fiscally federal monies. And, I always say I spend on all of my money when I got, and it's the truth, I don't send any back. And I never got any finding. And anybody could check me on that. They could talk to Cecile Tong Foy at the Housing Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. So I know the work that goes into doing that, because just like you, I came up from very humble beginnings, Miss Molloy. So kindly present your comments. And I ain't gonna limit you to 30 seconds, but I would deeply appreciate it if you could be succinct as well, if it's possible. Thank you. Ms. Molloy.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And always remember, those whom God has blessed, no man can curse. So don't worry about them. Okay, and thanks to all of you for your support. It has been a pleasure being here today. I know that what you said is sincere, and I am glad that I served here among such wonderful persons, and you can count on me to spend the rest of my life doing to the best of my ability whatever I can do to make this a better place. And don't forget what I told you. We are supposed to be among the best. Let's work in unity to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And those words of wisdom has not fallen on deaf ears. We will take that as part of our mantra going forward. Thank you so kindly. The committee, but before we do that, you are released. Everyone is released from testifying before us on Bill 35-0316. The committee stands in recess. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, be so kind to call up the next, read into the record, the next block on today's agenda.
The Block 2, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0253, an act honoring and commending police officers for the service they provide to the community and to recognize fallen law enforcement officers posthumously. This bill is sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Invited testifiers, Mr. Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner, Mr. Sean Santos, Chief of Police, Mr. Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the Virgin Islands Police Department, St. Thomas, St. John District. This ends the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. We are going to take a brief recess and come back on the record because we'll just take a brief recess and we will be back on the record. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0253?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Diane T. Capehart, you are recognized. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to say I am not a member of this committee, but I'm asking for my colleagues to support Bill number 35.0253 to humanize the badge. I've had the opportunity to work for the Virgin Islands Police Department here on St. Croix. So I've had a personal relationship working with my men and women in the police department. So I understand that there is a need for a formal relationship guidance to bridge the communication gap between our residents and the policing community. Humanizing the badge mission does just that. It helps forge stronger relationships between law enforcement officers and the communities they serve. Humanize the badge resonates with the community. It serves as a bridge connecting the community to law enforcement and vice versa. It's a call to the residents saying, look at us, your protectors. We are here. We are human, and we're doing what we can to make us all safe. This bill is about us, the community, and our shared safety. It authorizes funding for memorial signage and activities such as basketball, softball programs, and activities. The community residents might suggest encouraging collaboration between the law enforcement and the community. I just say this bill will be in remembrance for those men and women who have served our community and recognizes the police officers and patrolmen posthumously for their service to the community and recognizes the fallen law enforcement officials. Colleagues, I ask for your support today in this Committee of Government Operations to support Bill number 35.0253 to humanize the badge for our police men and women of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues, I ask for your support.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Capehart.
Personal privilege.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill 35.0253 is a very important bill that I fully support to honor and commend our law enforcement officers and their dedication to the service of this community. However, while I do support the measure, I do have to step away from the chambers and probably would not be here for the vote, but I wanted to put on the record that I wholeheartedly support this measure and will be looking forward to voting on it in the Rules and Judiciary and at the full body when it's passed. Again, recognizing especially or as well our fallen officers and paying tribute to them for their sacrifice. Of course, this is near and dear to me, and I wholeheartedly support it and thank the sponsor for bringing this measure forward. Thank you for your understanding as well.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for placing that on the record, and it is noted. So we do have two individuals here who are testifying on this bill, and we invited them to testify. We have Mr. Sean Santos.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Sean Santos could not make it today.
And your name?
I am Sedonie Elsko, Assistant Commissioner with the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Sedonie Elsko.
That's correct.
And you're the Assistant
Commissioner.
Okay, and the gentleman beside you, I know him. That's Chief of Police, Mr. Stephen Phillip. Okay, so who will be testifying on behalf of the department? This is
I will be, Sedonie Elsko.
So you are testifying on behalf of the acting commissioner,
yes, ma'am.
the St. Croix District Police Chief, Mr. Sean Santos, as well as the St. Thomas, St. John, or the St. Thomas District Chief of Police, Mr. Stephen Phillip, correct?
Acting Commissioner Mario Brooks has sent testimony, and I will be reading that into the record.
And are you here also to answer questions my colleagues and I may have in respect to this bill that
Yes,
we are
ma'am.
considering? Very good. Kindly proceed with your testimony, Mr. Elsko.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers and colleagues, those in the listening and viewing audience, people of these beautiful United States Virgin Islands, good afternoon. I am Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and today I am pleased to represent the United States Virgin Islands Police Department on behalf of Mario Brooks, Acting Police Commissioner of the VIPD. Today I appear before you with the goal of giving testimony in support of Bill number 35-0253, an act honoring and commending police officers for the service they provide to the community and to recognize fallen law enforcement officers posthumously. Madam Chairlady, members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, and distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important piece of legislation. Bill number 35-0253 serves as a testament to all law enforcement officers for their service to the community and recognizing fallen law enforcement officers posthumously. This bill, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart, reflects a profound recognition of the commitment, dedication, and sacrifice that law enforcement officers provide to our communities. The role of law enforcement is more than a profession. It is a calling. Officers dedicate their lives to upholding the law, ensuring the safety of our neighborhoods, and protecting the freedoms we hold dear. In fulfilling their duties, they embody the principles of integrity, courage, and public trust. The law enforcement oath of honor serves as a powerful reminder that officers are committed to maintaining the highest ethical standards and being held accountable not only to the public, but to each other. Today, as we discuss the significance of Bill number 35-0253, we recognize the extraordinary bravery and service of those who have paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. At this time, I will read the names of our fallen. Please take this time to reflect on the sacrifices these community servants have made to us all. Police Detective Delbert Phipps, Jr. Police Officer Calvin Terrence Georges, Sr. Police Officer Aaron Hodge. Police Officer Akeem Basil Teddy Newton. Police Officer Ariel Anton Frett. Police Officer Cuthbert Ezekiel Chapman. Police Officer Stephen Alexis Hodge. Police Officer Dexter L. Martinborough. Police Officer Richard Nicholas Callwood. Patrolman Wilbur Horatio Francis. Patrolman Patrick Emmanuel Sweeney. Patrolman Alan Williams. Patrolman Rudell Albert Parrott. Patrolman Leroy Alvaro Swan. Patrolman Leopold Emmanuel Fredericks, Jr., Patrolman Lionel Emmanuel Isaac, and Marshal Randy Stephen are among those whose acts of heroism have left a lasting impact on our community. These sacrifices remind us of the inherent dangers of law enforcement and the unwavering commitment these individuals had to their duty. These fallen officers are not only heroes in our eyes, but they have earned a place among those honored at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. The memorial serves as a testament to the lives and legacies of over 23,000 fallen officers nationwide, ensuring their sacrifices are never forgotten. The mission of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund is to honor the fallen, tell the story of American law enforcement, and make it safer for those who serve. Founded in 1984, the fund has provided a permanent space for remembrance and reflection, reminding us that the loss of any officer is a loss to our entire society. According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, in the year 2023 alone, we saw a significant number of law enforcement deaths, with 556 officers making the ultimate sacrifice since 2020 due to various causes, including felonious attacks, traffic incidents, and COVID-19 related illnesses. These numbers serve as a sobering reminder of the risks that our law enforcement personnel face daily. Whether responding to emergency calls, engaging with the community, or handling critical incidents. It is a stark reality that emphasizes the need to honor their service and ensure their sacrifices are never forgotten. In the Virgin Islands, the officers we recognize today stood as pillars of strength, courage, and commitment to service. Their contributions to public safety and community well-being went beyond their daily duties. They took on the responsibility of protecting lives, preserving peace, and being the steady presence that residents could depend upon in times of crisis. Their sacrifices leave a legacy that deserves to be memorialized and serves as an inspiration to current and future generations of law enforcement officers. Supporting Bill number 35-0253 not only acknowledges the dedication of those who currently serve, but also ensures that the memory of those who have fallen remains alive in our hearts and minds. By honoring these individuals posthumously, we affirm our commitment to upholding the values they lived by and to ensuring their bravery and sacrifices are never forgotten. It is through such recognition that we show our gratitude and respect for their unwavering service. In conclusion, I urge the committee to pass Bill number 35-0253. Doing so would serve as a tribute to the lives of those who gave everything for the safety of others and as a reminder to the noble calling of law enforcement. Let us ensure that the sacrifices of our fallen heroes, Police Detective Delbert Phipps Jr., Police Officer Calvin Terrence Georges Sr., Police Officer Aaron Hodge, Police Officer Akeem Basil Teddy Newton, Police Officer Ariel Anton Fred, Police Officer Cuthbert Ezekiel Chapman, Police Officer Stephen Alexis Hodge, Police Officer Dexter L. Martinborough, Police Officer Richard Nicholas Callwood, Patrolman Wilbur Horatio Francis, Patrolman Patrick Emmanuel Sweeney, Patrolman Alan Williams, Patrolman Rudell Albert Parrott, Patrolman Leroy Alvaro Swan, Patrolman Leopold Emmanuel Fredericks Jr., Patrolman Lionel Emmanuel Isaac, and Marshal Randy Stephen are recognized with the dignity and honor they so richly deserve. Thank you for your time, your consideration of this important bill, and your commitment to ensuring that the legacy of our fallen law enforcement officers is properly honored. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
And thank you so kindly for your testimony, Assistant Commissioner Elsko.
Yes, ma'am.
Colleagues, we will now proceed with 4 minutes of questioning. Just have one round. We still have one block left in today's meeting, so we'll have one round of 4 minutes. And we will proceed with you, Senator Milton E. Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers who are before us today. Madam Chair, I don't know if I'm going to need my entire 4 minutes, to be perfectly honest. I think the bill is a no-brainer. I think it is an opportunity for us to highlight and recognize those among us who have taken the call of duty to protect and to serve this community. And it is really a respectable and decent thing to do when these individuals have lost their lives to ensure that we have safety and peace and sanctity. The least that we can do is recognize them. And I think this bill is an attempt to do just that. So, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote affirmatively for this bill. I also, just to put it on the record, I also have an initiative that is going to be coming before the body very soon called the HEROES Act, which focuses on providing insurance benefits and other educational and monetary benefits to those law enforcement personnel who lose their life in service of this community. If you have a beneficiary, a surviving beneficiary who relied on you and you pass in the line of duty, the bill allows for that beneficiary to be able to receive the continued insurance benefits until you reach the age of 26. So that is something that I think will be a companion bill to the bill that is before us today. So I certainly am very much in support of this. It is something that we often take for granted when police officers put their uniform on and go to work any and every day of this week, of the week. You can encounter significant dangers while we are instinctively running away from the danger and the gunshots and the violence and the mayhem. Our sworn officers are running towards it. So it is something to, at least in a minimal way, to tell our law enforcement officers that we love and respect them for all that they do to keep the peace in this community. So, and I really don't have any questions for the testifiers. I think
1 minute.
Assistant Commissioner did a good job of outlining, the individuals who lost their life in service of this community and in communicating to us why it is in our best interests, why it is the right thing to do for us to support this initiative. So I commend the author of the legislation, Senator Diane Capehart, for the foresight in bringing this bill before us. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. The chair will now recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 4 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger, are you still joining us?
You.
Okay, good. Kindly
Yes,
proceed.
I'm here.
Kindly proceed.
I don't miss my committee meeting. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to take this time out to say that I definitely support the piece of legislation as it relates to making sure that we pay homage to our law enforcement as well as those that have passed on, especially specifically in the line of duty. I want to know, outside of this piece of legislation, what does the Virgin Islands Police Department currently do in regards to memorializing or even recognizing these individuals on a continuous basis?
So thank you for that question. It's a very good question. We honor our fallen officers through displays at each headquarters in display cases. However, there's no direct budget for that. And I recognize that there may be some funding available to us that will ensure that those displays are done the very best way possible. I have traveled the world and I've gone to several police headquarters, and the one thing that is pretty standard is that the fallen officers are honored in the best way possible. And those displays are top-notch. And I would love to see that replicated in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the things I wanted to specifically focus on in regards to our fallen officers, my colleague before spoke to
1 minute.
Potentially drafting legislation as it relates to insurance. I submitted legislation to amend specifically a section of the code that has to deal with duty-connected death annuities. I have a major concern as to how that law currently is drafted. It's in Title III, and one of the things I recognize that when it comes to benefits, specifically even for children, they're only allotted 7% of annuity if their parent dies in the line of duty. And I think how the law is written, I think it's a little bit unbalanced and unfair because, say, for example, if an officer died in duty and had 5 children, 35% of their annuity could go to 5 children. But if an officer died in duty and had 1 child, that 1 child could only get 7%. It's almost like you're penalizing officers that might have died in the line of duty for making choices. If they choose they only wanted 1 child, that child gets less, versus another officer that might have wanted more children, they get more of their annuity.
30 seconds.
I think we need to do it. Yes? Yes, ma'am?
You have 30 seconds.
Hello?
You have 30 seconds, Senator Francis Heiliger. That's what the clerk was stating. Continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we need to, put our money where our mouth is. If we have officers that passed away and had 1 child, I think those children are entitled to the full 35%, and it reduces based on the amount of children that they have, as opposed to in reverse. These are individuals that were here, took care of their children, and when they're no longer here, for us to say they're only entitled to 7%, that's a little bit unfortunate. And I think how the law was written is a little bit skewed, and I have already submitted to try to amend that so that our children, who we always speak about, are always taken care of. At the end of the day, these are people that sacrifice their lives. The least we could do is make sure their children are good. I know my time is up, but I definitely will be supporting this piece of legislation, and I look forward to the continued testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. We will now hear from Senator Fonseca for your 4 minutes. Senator Fonseca, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too join my colleagues in supporting Bill number 35-0253. And I have to commend the bill sponsor, the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, chairwoman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, for proposing this important legislation to honor and commend the police officers in the VI for their dedication, service to community, and posthumously recognizing fall law enforcement officers. You know, the bill emphasizes the value, the integrity, and sacrifice of these officers, acknowledging the dangers they face and the critical role police officers play in maintaining public safety. The bill specifically highlights the heroic actions of 16 officers, and we know them all too well. You know, Officer Phibbs, last year, sometime around July, I think it was. So this is very important. So it allocates $12,000 for the erection of signage at police stations to commemorate these officers. And the bill additionally calls for permanent plaques to be presented to the families of the fallen officers in recognition for their bravery and their service. This is very important. My mother served as a police officer. She had got her back injured. She didn't have it, serious like this. But anytime where you sacrifice your well-being, your lives, especially a parent who have to provide for families, this is greatly appreciated. And it also shows that the community takes protecting and serving very seriously. Because, the police officers, they're sworn to protect and serve. It's a serious commitment. It's almost kind of like the military. You put in your life on the line to serve them, and they are heroes. All of those fallen officers are heroes. And it also ensures that the memory of those who've fallen remains in our hearts and our minds. So I congratulate this bill. I don't particularly have any question. This is a very easy bill to support because it's for a noble cause. What cause can be more noble than supporting those that have given the ultimate sacrifice and those that are willing to give the ultimate sacrifice? So this is a yes. This bill have my full support, and I'd like to commend the bill sponsor, the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, the chairwoman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, for this foresight and this important legislation. So Diane Capehart, Senator Capehart, congratulations to you. I know you don't have a vote in this committee, but you got my vote. And blessings, blessings. Thank you, Madam Chair, so kindly for that time.
And thank you so kindly as well, Senator Fonseca, for your position on this measure as we go through and move forward in considering it. The chair will now recognize Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you and listeners and present. Who feels it knows it. I spent my 26 years in the line of duty the Vernon Police Department, second to none. But one thing people must understand about us who have given the ultimate sacrifice is that's what we signed up for. That's the, you can't quantify it, you can't really explain it, but the fact that we wear the badge and go through the good and the bad and the evil to make a difference in this society and to give the ultimate sacrifice, it's a calling. And there are very few people who have withstood that time and seen many fall. Many of those who you've named, I've met. Delbert Phipps Jr. in particular, I consider like a son because his father and I graduated from high school. We were boys together. To see his son follow in footsteps and then have been fallen, so I am very happy to the sponsor. When the time comes, I'm not a member of this committee. I just stayed here for this to make sure I would support it 100%. And incidentally, I have in legislation, as my two colleagues mentioned about the insurance part, I have in legislation to address that too. So hopefully, I haven't received anything to say in terms of, we could still collaborate and get that fine-tuned and get that perfectly done. Also having legislation, I picked that little triangular area in front of Fort Christian to build a wall that we could, that granite type wall that we could etch our fallen officers' names in it. Just a couple of things I'd like to follow up with that, also to find a location on St. Croix and St. John to build that so the people who come to visit our territory and stuff can see the dedication of our fallen. So again, it's for us to collaborate and get these things done. But as again, a brotherhood of blue, Chief Assistant Commissioner, I'd just like you to add your way in regards to what I mentioned as it being a calling. We wear this uniform because of, we have no fear of evil because we're doing good for the people. And what that means to you in regards to those who have given that ultimate sacrifice.
Chief.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District. You're absolutely correct, Senator. It's a pleasure to wear a uniform.
1 minute.
I can say I wear both in the military.
Excuse me 1 second. Madam Chair, it's a little loud. Thank you. Chief testifying, so. Yeah.
Both in the military and law enforcement. And we see the sacrifice that we do. As the Senator Potter said, when we hear a gunfire, or we see a fight, we run towards it, not away from
30 seconds.
it. And we do it because it's a calling. And when we do it with no fear and no regrets. And at the end of the day, we don't know if we're coming home. So every time I put on this uniform, I have calls after time my loved ones, I love them, because I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. Right. So this bill, it is an honor for these officers and Marshall, but because law enforcement in whole.
Time.
Because it's,
you go ahead.
It's something that we as law enforcement officers do every single day. Ultimate sacrifice. We don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. Thank you, Senator.
Assistant Commissioner.
So once again, thank you for the question. I've been a member of law enforcement for over 30 years, and it's only recently that I've taken on this mantle of administration. Prior to that, I was a member of several teams that all we did was hire some true passion. I would like to think that if something happened to me during any one of those operations, that my life would be celebrated. And it's not celebrated in a way that somebody in the police department who wasn't busy that day was assigned task to create a pamphlet that was not of good quality to say Elsko was a good guy, basically. I would like to see something tangible that's of some substantial quality. Again, I'm sure that many of the other members of law enforcement feel the same way I do. When you have that passion and you go through the door, you don't know, just like the chief said, you don't know what's on the other side. And whatever the outcome is, you would want to be celebrated.
And thank you very much for that. And Madam Chair, like I said, who feels it, knows it, since I've lived that life and went through that door in support of, and with no fear because of my brother and sister who stood next to me.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minority Leader. And I really appreciate you asking questions in excess of the time, because we were trying to work out some items with the committee members, and we value your presence here, especially given your former employment and service to the government as a law enforcement officer. I will start my line of questioning at this time. Now, Assistant Commissioner Elsko, as well as Police Chief Phillips, I think it's critical that we take a really good look at this piece of legislation that want to really honor our men and women who have served valiantly and have given the ultimate sacrifice of their life to not only protect and serve, but to hold the peace and enforce our laws. How do we look at providing service now for the families who are left to survive? What supports are there in place from the police department and from the government of the Virgin Islands? I know some of my colleagues talks about the benefits, and that's a good thing, that we have some benefits that is there, and we need to tighten that up, I understand. But what supports are right now in place for their families once their loved one has given their ultimate sacrifice for the government and the people, moreover, of the Virgin Islands?
So every year at National Police Week, we have an event where we honor our fallen officers. During those ceremonies, I often see the same faces, those who have lost their loved ones to some incident in law enforcement. They're often honored, but we can do more. Through giving them something tangible that they could remember their loved ones, some type of a plaque, but something that's not, I don't want to use the word cheap, but something that's of some substantial quality. We also want to do something to make them feel that the loss of their family member was not in vain.
Okay, so the department doesn't give them a pin or similar to maybe with their badge number or anything so that they remember and say that, you know, especially coming from the commissioner, we respect and deeply appreciate the contribution and the sacrifice from your your family member. So that's what I'm trying to get at. What layers are there for the family to go with besides, I think you mentioned you have something in already that you do internally.
Right. 1 minute.
But what are the other things that I just wanted to get? What are the internal items you do as far as the family, not the fallen officers for all of your comrades to see, but the family? What does the police department do in service of them? Is there counseling? Is there other services that are afforded to them?
I'm not aware of any services that's afforded to them.
30 seconds.
They do receive plaques, but in my estimation, it could be something more standardized.
Mm-hmm. Okay, understood. And over the years, I counted about 10 individuals. I had one individual who was my classmate, and that would be Police Officer Colvin Terrence Georges Sr., and we were really distraught as a class of 1988, Ivana Eudora Kent High School, when he was killed, because he survived for some time after, he took that bullet. But the family itself had some challenges, and they were able to overcome those challenges. But I always wondered if the police department follows up, if there is a pin or something you give to the family, similar to even what the military does, a flag or something, but you set a plaque that you bestow on the family. Okay, I don't have any major other questions other than that. And I want to thank you for being here today. Colleagues, hold one second. Senator Capehart, you are recognized for your closing remarks. And your 4 minutes. Your 4 minutes, actually, to talk on the measure that you are the primary sponsor of. Senator Capehart, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I ask for your support. I just want to say first, if I may take a point of personal privilege to the Macedon family for the loss of their son, Randall Macedon, and Sila Macedon, who died by an act of violence in our community. My condolences go out to the Macedon family, to the Mango Tree Riders. And I want to just say a special prayer for the men and women as they have their police officers' prayer, because this legislation is to acknowledge all of them that have put their time and their energies into protecting us. So may the Lord continue to grant them, give them courage, strength of spirit to lead others, ask for their continued dedication to the job and community, and to keep them safe. So colleagues, I ask for your vote today. I ask for your support, because we need a tool to address the communication issue between the residents and law enforcement. To humanize the badge is a great resource. Humanizing the badge is not just an ideal, but a potential reality. This bill is a step towards that reality, towards a future where we can all speak with our hearts, forgive and build bridges. It's a call to action, a promise of change we can all participate in. So to the men and women, the police department, I stand in respect and honor all our fallen heroes of law enforcement. And colleagues, I ask for your support and your vote on Bill number 35-0253 to humanize the badge for the men and women in the police department. I also forgot to mention, Senator, that I have an amendment for one individual that we did not that I did not include in the bill, but I have an amendment that is for Randy Arnaldo Stevens for the Superior Court Marshal. So I have an amendment for that. Madam Chair, if you would please allow me to get that amendment to my colleagues on the floor on St. Thomas. And as a non-committee member, I do have Senator James on St. Croix, who has the amendment already in hand. And in St. Thomas, we will get that to you as ASAP. So I don't know if you would like to take a quick recess to make sure we can get this amendment to move the bill forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I just wanted to ask you, did you email the amendment already? Because we could pull it up here. If it's a simple amendment to add a person's name and then we have you read it into the record, then we can proceed.
Senator, if you have not received it, it's on the way, and that's why I'm requesting a quick recess, so make sure everyone can get that amendment. It's just to add one of our fallen soldiers, Mr. Randy Arnaldo Stevens from the Superior Court.
Senator, I believe we have it. I believe we have it in... My staff is indicated we received it from your office. So we got it from your office, so we could proceed. We don't have to take a break. And I saw that she sent it out to everyone. And it's a very simple technical amendment to add a name. So Senator...
Amendment.
Senator James Sr., you're recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues, invited testifiers, people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I offer amendment number 35-1028 on behalf of yours truly, Senator Diane T. Capehart. Amendment to bill number 35-0253 is amended as follows. A, on page 2, line 16, insert Superior Court Marshal Randy Arnaldo Stevens after Patrolman Leopold Emmanuel Fredericks Jr. And B, on page 3, line 2, insert Superior Court Marshal Randy Arnaldo Stevens after Patrolman Leopold Emmanuel Fredericks Jr. I so move.
Second.
The amendment has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr. and seconded by Senators Milton Potter and Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, the amendment carries. Do I hear a motion? Senator James Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Senior.
Senior, I'm sorry.
Senior.
Senior.
We'll just say Javon. Yes, I offer, Madam Chair and colleagues, I move bill number 35-0253 on behalf of Senator Diane T. Capehart, an act honoring and commending police officers for the service they provide to the community and to recognize fallen law enforcement officers posthumously, as amended, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0253, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Javon E. James Sr., seconded by Senators Potter and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on bill number 35-0253, as amended.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger? Absent.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins? Absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr.? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph? Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter? Yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 1 absent. No, 1, 2, 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0253, as amended, an act honoring and commending police officers for the service they provided to the community and to recognize fallen law enforcement officers have been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I will ask Assistant Commissioner Elsko to provide some closing remarks. And I know I see the proponent of the bill. I know she would like to have a point of personal privilege, and I will so recognize her accordingly. Assistant Commissioner Elsko?
No. Yes, thank you. I'll keep it short and simple. I just want to thank everybody for their time today, as time is our most valuable resource. I'd also like to thank Senator Diane Capehart for recognizing there was a void, a very important void that needed to be filled. And I'd also like to tell this body and the community that might be listening that every day is an opportunity to create positive change. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner. And you're released from your testimony. Both you and Chief Phillips are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues to supporting this legislation for the men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department. I want to say thank you to Chief of Police on St. Thomas, Stephen Phillip, and also Assistant Commissioner on St. Croix, Elsko. I want to thank Sean Santos on St. Croix, also who I've worked with when I was in PD, saying the need for this. For the men and women of the police department that wake up every morning not knowing what today will bring, tomorrow would bring, I just ask for them to be safe and to be covered, and I thank them for the work that they do. Thank you, colleagues, for supporting this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, for Government Operations for bringing this bill through. Thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you so much, Madam Rules Committee Chairwoman. This bill is in your committee, and I want to thank everyone for participating in these 2 blocks that we completed today. Our next block begins at 2 o'clock. So we're going to stand in recess for about 5 minutes. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the final block of today's agenda.
Block 3, 2 o'clock p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Department of License and Consumer Affairs, including but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current department challenges, and plan of action to resolve challenges. Invited testifier, Honorable H. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of License and Consumer Affairs. This ends the reading of Block 3, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We have before us today the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We have the majority of the executive team joining us from St. Croix, and I know we were supposed to have some additional staff members joining us in the St. Thomas District, and they are here. And so at this time, we will ask all the testifiers and St. Croix, and if possible, if we could get media in St. Croix to show us the front exactly, the testifiers, so we could be able to proceed. Let's start the introductions first with Commissioner H. Nathalie Hodge. If you could introduce your team located in the conference room for St. Croix.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner for Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, Senator. Matthew Paget, Director, Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel.
Good afternoon, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement.
And then you also have team members over here in the St. Thomas District. We want to recognize you as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Myrna George, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Very good. And finally?
Good afternoon, Leon Lafon, Director of Administration and Business Management.
Okay, thank you. We want to thank you, Commissioner Hodge, for being here and for accepting our invitation to appear today, because we did have conversations with you during your when you were acting, as well as during your confirmation and subsequently to that. And so I'm very happy and pleased that you were able to appear, as well as your executive team members. You could kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Good day, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Committee Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee senators present, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today I am joined by Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Deputy Commissioner Ms. George, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, Director of Enforcement Wilbur Francis, Director of Consumer Affairs Matthew Paget, and Director of Administration and Business Management Leon Lafond. Thank you for providing DLCA with the opportunity to testify before you today on the overall operations of DLCA, including but not limited to our enabling law, the status of our standard operating procedures, and current departmental challenges and plan of action to resolve said challenges. An overview of DLCA's enabling authority. The DLC operates under the authority granted by the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 16, subsection 270. The department provides consumer-related services and programs pursuant to the Consumer Code as set forth in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 12A, Consumer Code, including the Consumer Protection Law of 1973 and the Price Control Act as set forth in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 11, Price Controls, Chapter 17. The DLC also regulates the licensing of private businesses and professions as provided forth in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 27, Professions and Occupations, various chapters. The department's mission statement is serving businesses and assisting, educating, and protecting consumers. Our jurisdiction spans both consumer protection and business licensing, allowing us to regulate and oversee a wide range of commercial activities in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our key functions include issuing business and professional licenses, ensuring all that the business entities operating within the Virgin Islands comply with the licensing requirements, consumer protection, investigating and resolving complaints, monitoring price gouging, and ensuring fairness in commercial transactions. Enforcement, collaborating with law enforcement agencies and other government bodies to address violations of laws within our jurisdictions. Weights and measures, ensuring accuracy in commercial transactions by verifying the scales, gas pumps, and other measuring devices used by businesses that they meet established standards, protecting consumers from being overcharged and ensuring fair trade practices. The current status of operations. As outlined in Bill number 35-0376, dated September 26, 2024, the DLC's fiscal year 2025 total budget comprises of $5,019,435 in general fund appropriations and $500,000 in consumer protection fund appropriations. Our fiscal year 2025 budget includes a $16,000 increase for utilities, an increase of $97,098 in capital outlay for the purchase of 2 vehicles, and a decrease of $41,410.18 for personnel and fringe. While funding of $75,000 for overtime and night differential was requested, it was not appropriated in the fiscal year 2025 budget. This funding is crucial for implementing nighttime initiatives to address bars, nightclubs, and other nighttime events. The DLC does not receive any federal funds. DLCA's staffing levels for fiscal year 2025 consist of 45 positions funded by the general fund. These positions are spread across both districts with 22 employees in St. Croix and 23 in St. Thomas St. John District. Currently, all budgeted positions are either filled or in process of being filled, though we still have 7 vacant positions funded at 50% of their annual salaries. Addressing these vacancies remains a priority as they directly impact our operational capacity, particularly in areas such as enforcement, inspections, and consumer outreach. DLCA's website and technology enhancements. To further improve DLCA's efficiency and accessibility, with the assistance and guidance of the Bureau of Information Technology, we have submitted a request for proposal to identify a partner to overhaul our website and online services. The RFP includes plans to transform our current system into a sophisticated case management platform that will allow each division within the agency to operate more cohesively rather than in silos. These upgrades will significantly reduce the need for in-person requests, allowing customers to access information and services online, while automated responses to frequently asked questions will minimize support inquiries, saving on valuable time and resources. Additionally, the RFP includes the development of a mobile application to ensure DLCA services are easily accessible across a variety of devices. Strong cybersecurity measures are also a priority in this project to safeguard sensitive consumer and business data. These improvements will streamline the management of consumer complaints, legal cases, and regulatory actions, greatly enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of DLCA's operations. Proposed statutory amendments. In July 2024, DLCA participated in the Legislative Symposium to expedite amendments to sections of the code directly impacting our department. The proposed amendments submitted include: 1, expanding the Commissioner's authority, enhancing the Commissioner's ability to issue civil citations and enforce penalties, aligning our enforcement powers with those in other jurisdictions. 2, fines and fees, empowering DLCA to adjust licensing fees annually and impose stricter administrative fines for violations, including the ability to issue both civil and criminal citations for same offense. 3, terminology and structural updates, updating references to the Consumer Service Administration and the Alcohol Control Board, integrating these functions into DLCA's structure for greater clarity and efficiency. And 4, board-related amendments, revising existing amendments relating to DLCA Licensing Board for better operational alignment. Standard operating procedures. I know I've previously promised submission of completed SOPs. However, because of the magnitude of the task, we are a little behind in this submission. DLCA has completed a comprehensive update to our SOPs. These SOPs provide detailed guidelines that promote consistency and efficiency across all divisions. But it has taken considerable time to complete this process, as the completion of this document has fallen to the already overextended staff of the Office of the Commissioner to finalize the formatting of the document. Currently at 266 pages, we are editing the document to ensure uniformity in language and references, with the goal of making it a living document that evolves as our process changes. This revamped SOP framework will enable DLCA to respond more effectively to the needs of the public. We anticipate the publication of the final document to be no later than December 2024. In conjunction with the SOP revamp, we are preparing for an internal training event titled Empower 360 Cross-Training for Excellence. This initiative will foster knowledge sharing and skills enhancements, enabling our staff to better understand the inner workings of each division, ultimately improving the level of service we provide to the people of the Virgin Islands. Fuel and market basket surveys. The Brian Roach administration and the DLC are fully aware of the significant impact inflationary pressures have had on the Virgin Islands since the passage of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. Thus, as part of our mandate, the DLC remains vigilant in conducting weekly fuel surveys and monthly market basket surveys and providing the public with up-to-date pricing information. The monthly market basket survey helps consumers identify which stores offer the best price for staple grocery items, regardless of the brand. The number of items compared on each island differs based on guidelines that require identical items for a valid comparison. Consumers are encouraged to shop wisely and compare prices to make the best economic choices. Fuel surveys are conducted weekly and designed to inform consumers of the most affordable fuel price throughout the territory. The fuel survey results are provided for comparative reviewing and transparency. Both survey results are shared on the DLCA's website at dlca.vi.gov, as well as across our social media platforms, including LinkedIn, X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. It is important to emphasize that these surveys are not outsourced. They are completed by our dedicated staff despite the limited resources available. As DLCA does not have the authority to regulate fuel price beyond the provisions outlined in the agreement to operate at the Ocean Point Terminal, formerly known as the Lime Tree Bay Rack, we continue to monitor the market trends through the fuel and market basket surveys and provide timely, accurate information to help residents navigate the ongoing economic challenges. Thus far in calendar year 2024, we observed that gas retailers for regular, premium, and diesel fuel remain stable, showing little to no fluctuations throughout the period. The stability contrasts with the more volatile St. Croix rack rates, which fluctuated slightly. The difference between the rack rate and the retailer prices range from 86 cents to $1.13 during this year. Hopefully, the St. Thomas-St. John District will see some relief soon. So Petroleum emphasized their commitment to supporting the territory's fuel distribution network, and it's a significant benefit to the local fuel market, as seen in the price differences between St. Croix and St. Thomas-St. John. Additionally, Seoul Petroleum mentioned plans to expand its operations to St. Thomas in the near future. This expansion is expected to foster healthy competition in the St. Thomas-St. John market, potentially driving down fuel prices for consumers. Ultimately, emphasizing their ongoing partnership and commitment to supporting the territory's fuel distribution network is a significant benefit to the local fuel market, as seen in the price differences between St. Croix and St. Thomas-St. John districts. Shortages. Fuel and staffing shortages were a major obstacle to DLCA's performance, with critical gaps in personnel, including a public information officer, paralegal researchers, data statisticians, data analysts, and additional enforcement officers and inspectors. Last year, the Consumer Division, which includes both the Consumer Affairs and the Weights and Measures subdivisions, faced significant transportation and staffing challenges. With 4 inspectors sharing a vehicle, the ability to conduct on-site inspections and outreach was limited, reducing the department's visibility and effectiveness across the territory. These shortages have delayed critical tasks like fuel station inspections. To address these challenges, DLC is prioritizing key initiatives. Firstly, we appreciate the allocation of funding in the fiscal year 2025 budget to support the purchase of vehicles. Obtaining these vehicles will enhance DLC's ability to conduct timely and efficient inspections. Additionally, we are working with the Department of the Division of Personnel to expedite the hiring of a chief inspector and bolster staff across divisions, ensuring consistent and thorough inspections. Furthermore, many thanks to the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, LEPC, for approving a grant that has provided the necessary funds to supplement the department. This grant includes body armor, duty rig, and its many apparatuses, and body-worn cameras to enhance transparency, assist in navigating complaints, and build public trust. Lastly, in the long term, we plan to enhance training and developments for our employees, equipping them for specialized roles. Technological limitations. Despite progress in digitizing many of our processes, parts of the application review system remain manual, which cause delays. For example, licensing officers will generate checklists and communications outside to the current system. To resolve this, we are reviewing the proposals from a comprehensive technology enhancements project expected to be implemented in 2025. Once this is in place, the system will significantly reduce processing times and improve the experience for business owners and staff alike. To address these challenges, the department expects responses for a comprehensive technology enhancements project which aims to more fully automate the licensing process. As previously mentioned, the DLC anticipates receiving these proposals for an updated system by October 25, 2024, and plans to begin the implementation of these enhancements soon after. The new system will significantly reduce processing times, ease the workload on employees, and provide a more seamless experience for business owners. Additionally, employees will receive specialized training on the new systems, further enhancing their ability to serve the public efficiently. By leveraging technology and improving employee capacity, the DLC is committed to modernizing the licensing process, ensuring timely service delivery, and maintaining a high standard of regulatory compliance. These changes will help the division better serve the needs of the business owners in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Price monitoring. There is a common misconception that DLCA regulates or controls prices of goods and services under normal circumstances. It is important to clarify that the DLCA does not have the authority to set or regulate prices in atypical market conditions. However, under Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1005(10), DLC is granted the authority to act during emergencies. Once the governor declares an emergency disaster, the department is then empowered to implement a price freeze on essential items to prevent price gouging and protect consumers from unfair business practices. This price freeze applies to a wide range of goods and services such as food, water, medical supplies, fuel, rents, construction materials, clothing, and furnishings, depending on the specific circumstances of the emergency. To address this misconception, the DLCA plans to raise awareness and provide clear information to the public by, 1, launching a public education campaign using traditional and digital media to explain the distinction between its authority during normal circumstances and during emergencies. And secondly, through the cost of living analysis. The DLC has contracted a third party to conduct an assessment of the cost of living and provide a comprehensive report on the contributing factors. The contract's period of performance runs from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2026. This renewed analysis will not only focus on the cost of goods, the cost of food and construction materials, but will also delve into the cost of other essential goods and services that impact the cost of living, such as labor and energy costs. By expanding the scope and ensuring the availability of the necessary data, the analysis aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the factors influencing the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Because the fuel prices at the pump are of great concern, the DLC has requested of the contractor to include an assessment of fuel as well. In closing, I especially want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Brian Roach administration, DLCA's dedicated staff for the unwavering support. DLC appreciates the opportunity to provide testimony on the overall operations of the DLCA, the status of our standard operating procedures, our current departmental challenges, and our plan of action to resolve these challenges. We thank you and we ask you for your continued support. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Commissioner H. Nathalie Hodge. Colleagues, we will begin and have one round of 7 minutes of questioning. And we will begin with Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hodge, I wanted to go first to page 6 of the testimony with the fuel and market surveys. So the trends are going up, the prices, and do you have a percentage point increase like the consumer price index? I know that's a federal thing, but how about the Virgin Islands price index? We have a trend like it's up 1-2%. You give me some more information on that.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for that question. I don't have a trend in terms of percentage. What our observation has revealed is it's staying constant in the retailer, from the retailer standpoint. In terms of the rack rate, there's a slight downward decline, but in the retailers it's staying constant and it depends on which island, but both territory-wise is staying constant. For further information, Matt?
Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs. I'd also like to add that the CPI analysis would be an activity for the BER. We don't really track trends in that regard. We more monitor prices to ensure consistency in advertising and accurate advertising. Fuel prices are generally it's a world market, so the trends are cyclical. They go up in the summertime when everyone's traveling and down in the wintertime, with exception of liquid propane, which typically goes up when the northern part of the United States uses it for heating. But outside of that, we don't really track trends. That would be more of an act for the BER.
The fuel prices, Popeye, I did notice nationally, right? Sometimes, depending on what's happening, the gasoline, the pump gasoline prices, you track those, right? You track the...
We do, yes, sir.
Okay. I did notice nationally the prices that go down. Do the prices go down here in the VI? Does all gasoline prices, pump prices go down? I don't see them going down.
Our analysis over the last...
I didn't hear...
Excuse me, our analysis last year showed it to be fairly consistent.
Consistent meaning they're not going down, or they...
Right, consistent meaning there was no fluctuation. It didn't go up in the summer, but it didn't go down either in the lower months.
Okay, also business licenses trends. Do you have the numbers of new business licenses and give us how that's been performing?
Thank you, Senator. I'll defer that to Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Yes, good day. So we do have the business licenses trend, and so during the course of 2023-2024, the number of businesses totaled about 11,646, which that's of the number of businesses, including new businesses at 2,008 and renewed businesses at 9,608. This represents a slight decrease. I believe the total for last year was just north of 12,000. And so basically we see a slight decrease in the total number of businesses. Part of that also is related to some businesses that failed to renew. And we are in the process of ongoing notification to those businesses of that. We also had, during this fiscal year, active engagement with the Internal Revenue Bureau, where quite a number of businesses were notified of the possibility of their licenses being revoked due to failure to pay taxes. And so in that process, we have taken steps to try to address businesses that are non-compliant. And so we do have some fluctuation there.
Okay, going back to the consumer price index, right? So the cost of living analysis, you know, we always feel that the cost of living is increasing in the Virgin Islands. You have comparative percentages, like comparing 2023 to 2022 to 2021. You have any of those statistics?
Thank you, Senator. Again, the Consumer Price Index is a function of the Bureau of Economic Research. The cost analysis that we're going to be commencing won't start until the end of this calendar year and run through the end of calendar year 2026.
Okay. One question. You're building your office, that's property and procurement building, and you're leasing space, or you're occupying a portion of the building, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
On St. Thomas, yes.
Yeah, on St. Thomas. So what are the plans to renovate the building? Because, you know, a couple senators, we were down there just last week, and the building had looked like it had need a little touching up and stuff. What's the plans to renovate that building down there in Crown Bay?
The entire building, or the floor that we occupy, the second floor?
Well, I would imagine it would be the entire building, because if the roof is leaking, it's going to affect, you know, you down on the second floor.
30 seconds.
What are the plans for that?
So, well, that's property and procurement's building. So that should be a question for property and procurement.
Okay. Does licensing and consumer experience leaks? Because there's another commission in that building too, and they have complained about a lot of poor working condition, etc. Is that the same for license and consumer?
We have experienced some leaks, but when we brought it to Commissioner Alejandro and property procurement staff's attention, they have maintained the building for us.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I just wrap up with one quick question?
You sure? You can proceed, Senator.
Okay, yes. I wanted to go back to the business licensing trends. Okay. So for 2024, you said it was 11,646. The year before, it was 12,000 plus. Go back one more year. I want to see what the trend is if you go back one more year with the business licenses. Was it more than 12,000 plus or less than 12,000 plus?
Yes, Senator, in I don't have that exact number with me right now, but in 2022, we had a bumper year coming out of COVID and getting people into compliance. That really demonstrated an intense rise in license renewals. So folks that were out of compliance, they came into compliance, and we found that to be a very solid year. I believe that number looked somewhere in the neighborhood of about the high 12s to about 13,000 businesses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers from DLCA. I wanted to ask Commissioner Hodge, and I know she had some discussions of the price of gas on the market here in the territory. And I know typically the price of crude oil would be a significant factor in determining the price of gas at the pump. Now, when I listen to the news and I hear a fluctuation in the price of crude oil in the market, and you see in California and Florida and New York, you see prices trending downwards. I just have never seen that trend in the Virgin Islands. Our prices, the price of gasoline, as a member of one of the testifiers just said, just seems to remain constant no matter what. And I just wanted to get an understanding, if you could help me to understand that phenomena. Why is that the case? Why are we that unique here in the territory versus our brothers and sisters on the mainland when it comes to the price of gasoline not necessarily being in sync with the price of crude oil in the market like every place else?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs. Again, the specific factors that contribute to the price of fuel in the territory is one area that we're going to be looking into in more detail. Currently, I don't have an answer for why the price is what it is. Again, our focus of regulatory action is making sure that the octane advertised is accurate, that the price at the pump is actually what you're paying, and that the pump dispenses the amount that you're paying for. The contributing factors that go into determining a price would be better framed to the fuel station owners, and that's part of the analysis that we plan on doing.
I mean, this is being the regulatory entity that the people of the Virgin Islands rely upon. You know, when we are frustrated by the price of gasoline being the same for the last 4 years or so, in spite of the downward trend in other jurisdictions. I mean, beyond the composition of the octane or whatever in the fuel, and that Virgin Islands are getting fuel that doesn't have a whole lot of water in it and all of that. I think what is of greatest concern for the people of the Virgin Islands is why does the price of gasoline just remain the same, and it just don't seem to have any sort of the economic conditions just plays a negligible impact on the price that we're paying. But I'm not going to belabor that point. You said that there's a study that you're going to be pursuing, and I am very hopeful that it is seriously pursued. But I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, you mentioned in your testimony that you have 7 vacant positions funded at 50% of their annual salaries. What specific impact has this staffing shortage had on your ability to conduct nighttime enforcement operations, especially given the lack of overtime funding approval?
Thank you for that, Senator. The impact for the nighttime activities not only has to do with the lack of staffing, but it has to do with the funding to pay overtime, because those vacancies, I don't think there's any enforcement officers slated for DLCA for 2025.
Okay. Commissioner, given the high cost of living in the territory, how effective have the market basket surveys been in helping consumers make informed decisions? And what metrics do you use to measure their impact, the value and the impact of the basket studies? Is this just something that you do, or is there some measurable way that you determine that it is impacting, it has an impact overall on the consumers?
So I'll have Director Paget respond to that question. If I was to answer, it would be something that we do. There's no way to measure the impact. Again, as with the fuel survey, because of the lack of the experts we have on the team, it's hard for us to fulfill these requests, and especially the expectations that you, Senator, and the public is expecting of the agency. We just don't have we don't have an economics on staff. We just don't have the expert level competent person on staff to do these, to conduct these, the information, the surveys and the information.
Yeah. I mean,
and I could just expound a little bit on how we track the effect of the market basket surveys. So generally, we rely on feedback directly, either on our social media platforms or individuals emailing me directly or reaching out through our website. So there's no specific method that we use to track the effect of it, but we do get feedback from individuals regarding the information that we put out.
Okay. I mean, it's almost like it's something's just symbolic, but as far as it really having some measurable impact, I'm not sure. Well, my final question, though, is just regarding the upcoming cost of living analysis contract. Now, what specific deliverables are you expecting from the third-party contractor? And how will this information be used to benefit the consumers in the territory?
Senator, can you repeat your question, please?
Regarding the upcoming cost of living analysis contract, what specific deliverables are you expecting from the third-party contractor? And how will this information be used to benefit consumers in the territory?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the specific deliverables would be contributing factors to shipping costs, the cost of goods, and how they compare to other regions of the United States. I believe the 2017 study focused specifically on the Southwest area of the United States. As far as how we're going to use the information to impact consumers, we have to wait and see what the information tells us before we can determine how it's going to be applicable to what we can do. If the information tells us that transportation costs are a main factor or energy costs are a main contributing factor, then perhaps we could work with Government House and the legislature to come up with initiatives to subsidize either energy costs or transportation costs, and again, increasing subsidies for local agriculture to reduce the need for transportation. So it depends on what the analysis determines before we know how it's going to affect the consumer specifically.
All right, thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the leeway, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. You asked some very salient questions just now, both you and the previous senator, because we want to get to the meat of it as far as getting some type of legitimate assessment and consequences. How are your basket surveys done, Mr. Paget? Is done online? Are persons doing it?
So the method of collecting the information is done in person in the stores. We have 2 employees on St. Croix, 2 employees on St. Thomas, and 1 employee in the District of St. John who are responsible for collecting all the data for the market basket survey. They are also responsible for handling all consumer complaints and conducting business inspections to ensure compliance with consumer protection laws.
So if we aren't seeing any trends as far as reduction in those costs, and you've been receiving some complaints, I presume, from our residents regarding the high cost, because people are always complaining and saying how much it costs for a dozen eggs. They were complaining about that, and how much it costs to also purchase chicken. Very basic things that we eat and consume, if not every day, weekly. So how are you and the team, Commissioner Nathalie Hodge, how are you addressing those things? What can we do collectively to look at how the supermarkets are actually costing and pricing some of these items? Have you done any analysis of that? I guess it's no.
Senator, good afternoon again, and thank you for that question. Yes, the answer is no. With the assessment coming up at the end of the year, that will better be able to tell us what factors is taken into consideration for the pricing in the territory of food, the pricing of building materials, the pricing of fuel. When they come in and they do the assessment, We will be subpoenaing records, hopefully prior to that. We're already in conversation with the vendor. We're already compiling the information that they're going to need. So once they conduct this study, conduct the research, and provide us with the findings, we'll be sure to let you know. But currently, we haven't been doing anything on that.
Okay, I have one more follow-up question before I move to Senator Francis Heiliger. So, I wanted to ask you, as far as the licensing portion of your duties and responsibilities, are there various layers for especially tradesmen for license? I mean, there was a time there was an umbrella license that would be offered for a certain trade, say masonry and carpentry could be married, and you could just say maintenance. Have you shifted in how you license these particular trades?
Good afternoon again, Senator.
Oh, and
No,
before you begin, one moment, Commissioner. I was very neglectful to advise all testifiers to please state your name before you speak, so our stenographer could be able to capture the information correctly and accurately. Continue.
My apologies, and we know better. We apologize. Nathalie Hodge. To answer your question, Senator, it has never shifted. It was never like that. You apply for a license. If you apply for masonry, you receive a masonry license. If you apply for carpentry, you get a carpentry license. There was no umbrella unless it's the general construction license that you have to sit and pass an exam for.
Okay, thank you. And I will have a follow-up question to that. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Thank you.
You're recognized for your 7 minutes. Kindly proceed. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and staff. My first set of questions revolves around, could you give me, as of right now, the total amount of employees that are employed at the LCA?
Good afternoon, Senator. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. Currently, we have staff, I want to believe 45 employees. I think 22 on the island of St. Croix, 23 on St. Thomas.
And of those staff, how many are enforcement officers?
Out of that, seven, I'm sorry. There's 7, including the Director of Enforcement, yes.
So that's 7 total between the 2 districts. Okay. I know you said earlier you had 7 vacancies. How many of those, first of all, how are you actively pursuing those vacancies so that they could be filled? And the second part to that, how many of those vacancies are enforcement officers?
Senator, I'm sorry. Again, Nathalie Hodge, the LCA Commissioner. But Senator, can you repeat your questions?
You said it had 7 vacancies available?
Yes, Senator.
Is that correct? I wanted to know, how are you actively pursuing those vacancies to get them filled? And out of those 7, how many are enforcement officers?
I'll have to direct this question to Director of Business, Leon.
Good afternoon, Leon Lafon, Director of Business Office. Out of the 7 vacancies, we have 1 enforcement officer to fill.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to know, in regards to night differential, is night differential something that's necessary? Or is that something that when you are attempting to hire employees, you could hire them based on a specific shift? Because clearly, if we are in a business of business, we know every business does not close at 5 p.m. So how does that work? Because I don't want us to be in a situation where potentially we're having issues where we don't have enough enforcement officers to check on businesses in the evening, because I know you guys did speak about night differential earlier.
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'm going to have defer to Director of Enforcement, Director Francis.
Good afternoon. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. I presume that when we do get another employee in St. Thomas and John District, that we may be able to launch some nighttime activities. Right now, that has been limited because of overtime and the tight cap with our budget.
Okay, so in regards to overtime, if you have, I think you said you have 4 enforcement officers. If you get one more, that will be a total of 5?
Well, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. There are a total of 5 enforcement officers, and then there's a chief in St. Thomas and me in St. Croix. So there's 2 enforcement officers in St. Croix. If we hit the 1 for the St. Thomas and John District, then that'll be a total of 3 on that side, for a total of 5 overall.
5 overall. Okay, well, this is where I'm a little bit concerned, because when we heard the numbers for the different types of businesses, you have somewhat of over, I think it was over 11,000. And I'm a little bit concerned as to, I get a lot of complaints in my office in regards to issues on day-to-day operations of businesses. So it's kind of hard for me to understand how, 4 or 5 people are really policing almost 11,000 businesses. And I'm a little bit concerned, like, we really need to, I don't really have this thing with night differential and utilizing this as a rationale as to why certain things can't be done. Can there be a way that even with the enforcement officers you have, that some of them are put on a shift to know that, hey, even if it's once a week, your schedule is going to be in the evening into night? Because we have to be able to monitor some of these businesses a little bit more, especially in the nighttime, because quite a bit of the complaints that I get have to do with nighttime activities in the clubs and the bars. How do you guys handle that, especially when you speak about overtime and night differential?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. What you just spoke to touched on 2 different issues. 1, manpower, 2, safety. I can't send 1 enforcement officer to be working by himself or herself during nighttime just to be able to monitor certain businesses for after hours. So on that note, bringing in the overtime where I can be able to have them meet their demands during the day and or even incorporate the 2, the overtime would have worked to be the better thing. Only because...
Well, I'm also concerned about businesses that function at nighttime. What percentage of your businesses do you know that are open in the evening into the wee hours of the morning? It could be from evening time. You have to have statistics and data to speak on those types of businesses so you could better understand what type of balance is needed. Because if you have over 11,000 businesses, all of them are not open from 8 to 5.
That is correct, Senator. Regarding what percentage of them is nighttime activities, we'll have to get that information to you.
Okay. I'm through the chair too. I'm not sure if this is something you can get while we're here. You could call in or get it for it. I would appreciate it. Or if it's not available today, through the chair to testify, if they could provide us with that information, a breakdown of nighttime businesses versus ones that usually end traditionally at 5 p.m., I would greatly appreciate it. How much time do I have left?
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. I just want to wrap up quickly, Madam Chair. I do
You
appreciate
can
you answering my questions.
You can proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger, to wrap up. You can proceed to wrap up.
Thank you. I do appreciate the opportunity to get these questions answered, But at the end of the day, it's very important for across the board when it comes to dealing with our businesses that there is some type of enforcement, specifically dealing with businesses that are open at nighttime, because we seem to have a lot of problems and concerns with those as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
And thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Madam Clerk, please place 7 minutes on the clock for me. I do have some questions that I wanted to follow up with, and it's regarding the licensing component. Commissioner, I had hoped that would have those numbers that Mr. Graham listed off as far as how many persons, businesses that we have licensed here in the Virgin Islands would have been part of your testimony today, to have those details involved. I didn't see that here, so I'm going to request that he send them. Unless, of course, I missed them, and I did read it quickly.
Senator, no, wasn't in.
Okay, so if he could send them through the chair to me, that would be greatly appreciated. I also want to ask, because the cost of living here in the Virgin Islands, we all are feeling the pinch all across the board, from the high cost of energy to fuel, high cost of food. These are essentials. And we haven't even touched, and I didn't see in your analysis for this contract, for this comprehensive report, are you looking also at housing? And I'm glad to see that you looked at labor cost as well. Are you looking at housing? Because all of these factors really contributes to our cost of living, our high cost of living. So I did see that you have housing. Who are you, when are you going to get an interim report from this contractor? And if I could ask, how much is the contractor being paid, and what is the name of the contractor?
Senator Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. The name of the contractor, the company is the analysis group from Boston, Massachusetts. The cost of the grant that was awarded to them for this analysis was $150,000. And it does include food and housing.
Okay, and so this grant award is not from the government of the Virgin Islands. This is actually from what source of funds? This is their grant that they got, or is it a grant that we pursued and now we are funding them using that source of fund?
It's from the ARPA funds.
Okay, ARPA funds. Okay, all right. Thank you. And have they begun to at least look at preliminary launch? Because I noted you said it's going to begin on the 31st of this year. So have they started to look at, when is their start date? The 31st of December?
December 31st.
Okay. All right.
Yes. We had a preliminary meeting. Not until then they will be doing any work. But in our meeting, we know what information we're going to be asking of the different establishments to provide. We're going to subpoena records so we have that information readily available for them, so they can start the research when they get in.
Is there any conversations with you and the Bureau of Economic Research, as well as the University of the Virgin Islands, relative to looking at some of a deeper dive in the interim of this analysis and study that you have, to look at how the monthly market basket surveys are done, because they may have those resources. And I'm just thinking outside of the box, a memorandum of understanding between these three entities, you, the University of the Virgin Islands, which does have an economics on board, a professor of economics on board, as well as the Bureau of Economic Research. So have you had conversation to have something done interim? I remember years ago, there used to be through the, Mr. Mills used to head it up. Okay, Mr. Mills at the, I think it's the Eastern Caribbean Studies at the University of the Virgin Islands, Don Mills, because I used to complain that they were always calling me to survey me. Okay, I used to be randomly picked, but those are, I'm wondering if we are actually doing something collaboratively with the University of the Virgin Islands. That was my question. Are we reaching out to them?
I have reached out to Ms. Bernicia Liebert for the Bureau of Economic Research. So we're in conversations to see how, discussions for assistance with it. I have not reached out to anybody from UVI.
I definitely would suggest that you reach out to someone from UVI so that they can support it and look at it, because this interim, because I don't think we could wait until 2026 for this assessment to be done. Our people are right now in the really a very hard place where we are having issues living in the Virgin Islands, and you're seeing a lot of people are electing to leave. So we want to try to get something done, some way to get it done. You have some monies in your budget for contractual services. I don't know how much they would ask, but we have that first line of legislation that we go to the University of the Virgin Islands to provide those type of services for us, those type of analysis.
30 seconds.
So I would suggest that. The other thing I wanted to get at is the question I asked relative to the different licenses now that tradesmen have to have. That the carpentry tradesman has to have a separate trade if he's going to do masonry, and if the masonry tradesman is doing roofing, he has to have a separate license. You stated that that is something that was always done. Do you have some, and that's why I stress these policies. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's why I stress about these SOPs, these standard operating procedures, because then your population, the people who you serve, will be aware. And so our offices wouldn't be getting all of these questions regarding these vague, and sometimes it comes off and receive that these are things, policies that are being made up on the fly. Do you have something documented where you have historically had these different trades separated and they're not combined in one license?
Senator Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner, I'll let Assistant Commissioner Graham expand on it, but I want to just say that, yes, there is a policy. The policy was instituted since former Commissioner Wayne Biggs back in 2012. So that's nothing new, but I'll have Assistant Commissioner speak more on that.
Before the Assistant Commissioner speaks, is this policy that you mentioned on your website so we could pull it down and review it?
It will be a part of the standard operating procedures. Our policies are not currently on the website, but it will be a part of the book where the SOPs we're trying to do. We're trying to compile all of the policies within it.
So before Mr. Graham continues, this policy that you mentioned that was in place since Commissioner Wayne Biggs, that's what you said, it's there, and you haven't updated, you're compiling and revising and revamping, but this is not accessible on your website, correct?
Currently, it is not.
Okay.
As none of our other policies, they're not on the website.
Okay, so that's part of what we need to have as far as transparency, because with those standard operating policies, all of the stakeholders, including your clients and you, as well as other service providers, will understand clearly, so you're not hearing mixed messages all over the place and it starts confusion. That's why I stress about those standard operating procedures, those SOP, and then to put it up on the website so everyone is clear and it has been vetted and been dealt with. Mr. Graham, you are recognized, and be sure to state your name before you speak.
All right, well, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. I think the Commissioner basically made that as pointed as we can. We do have that license, the licenses that we speak of, the carpentry contractor, there's a masonry contractor, and several other trades licenses. Those licenses were always individual licenses. I think the confusion comes where there was what we call a maintenance license that was issued, but those have specific terms and conditions, and none of that relates to building. And I think that there may be individuals in the past that may have obtained that license under the guise of building, and there's no provision for that. But those are all tracked with terms and conditions, and they clearly sign that there's no electrical or building under those particular licenses, Senator.
Thank you for that clarification, but I still, for me, if it is not in writing, is not done. So I need things in writing to help clarify everything. That's why we went to school. You could say one thing, but you got to get it in writing. And so I will definitely encourage you, Commissioner and Mr. Graham, to get that standard operating procedures finalized, because I'm holding you to it. I'm holding you to it. It says December, and December is fast approaching, and it was supposed to be earlier this year, so I gave you some extra time before I called you in, Commissioner Hodge, so that we could get this finalized. I want to also just close out by asking you, Mr. Graham, because you mentioned earlier in a response to a senator that you have been collaborating with the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue for those businesses that have not paid their taxes. Now, that's one of the part I have an issue with, people not paying their fair share. I really do. That's just one of my peeves. And how many businesses have you sent letters to letting them know that their businesses will be closing? You will not be issuing a license to that business to renew and continue their business operation in the Virgin Islands because they have failed to pay their either gross receipt taxes or income taxes. Have you issued any of those types of letters?
Yes, Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. I will ask Attorney Geraldine Vaval to address that, as she's been spearheading that initiative.
Good afternoon, Senator. We have issued over, good afternoon, Senator Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. The Commissioner has issued over 200 letters to businesses notifying them that they have 10 days to come into compliance, which means either meeting their obligation or instituting a payment plan with the IRB, with IRB. And once that compliance is entered into, we would receive notification from IRB and halt all proceedings. However, if they go past the 10-day window, we do turn around and issue revocation of their licenses.
Okay. And when were these letters sent out, Attorney Vaval?
Attorney Vaval, Those letters were sent out during the month of September, primarily September, but starting in August, September, and early October. And what the director of IRB has been doing is that as new businesses fall out of compliance, he advises us and we issue letters. Recently, we got a notice that there were 2 businesses that were added to the list. So now those letters have been drafted to be signed by the commissioner for service of process.
Okay, so, this is leading to another follow-up question. Of the 200 letters, I think you mentioned 200 letters that were sent out to these businesses that were not in compliance with paying their taxes. How many of them have now gone to IRB and are paying their taxes? What is the outcome of your survey, sending them this letter? Are you seeing outcomes? Is IRB seeing outcomes?
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, yes, they have. The director of IRB sent us a list recently updating the spreadsheet that we provided to them, showing the businesses that we had issued these revocation notices to, intent to revoke notices to, and he has updated the list. However, I have not actually counted how many businesses are in fact compliant. However, he has indicated that they are in fact coming in.
Okay, good. Now, we would like to get a copy of that list of those persons who were delinquent in paying their taxes to IRB. I don't believe it is a restriction. The Sunshine Law allows that.
I'm not sure, Senator Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner. We will verify with Director Lee.
We aren't seeing their taxes, They publish delinquent property taxes. We aren't seeing how much we don't need to see how much they owe, but we could see who the persons are. And we should be able to see. Yes.
Good afternoon.
We are not.
Geraldine Vaval, Counsel. The list that we have is not a list that we created. This is IRB's list.
Okay.
So the question, the request for the information should go to IRB.
But IRB supplied you with that list, did they not?
They did, but it's still their list.
Yes, and because they supplied you with that list, we should be able to get that list. You can check on whether it's in violation of any type of personal tax record laws, but I don't believe, just in my layman understanding, it is, because you already have access to it. Okay. Senator Ray Fonseca, you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I was wondering, right, and I don't have any factual information, but it seems to me like when I drive around, going from the hospital, going around Pueblo, going around back to high school, there's quite a few gas stations there, and all of them that have the same price, and it's the same price every day of every month of every year, except for one, don't have the same price. Do you suspect there's any price fixing going on in St. Thomas in that route? When you drive from a hospital, you come round there by Pueblo, you come round back to high school. There's a whole bunch of gas stations, and most of them, except for one, that have the same price all the time, every month, every year. Why is that? That's so unique.
Senator Fonseca, good afternoon. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. If there is price fixing and you suspect so?
No, I don't suspect.
Given
I'm just saying that I see it. I want to know what you think. You're the commissioner.
once the research is conducted, and if the findings illustrate price fixing, we will report that to the Department of Justice.
So, but what is your opinion? Does it exist or does it not? That's what I'm trying to get to.
My observation of our internal analysis, the prices for fuel, whichever district, is constant. There is a constant number, whether it's in St. Croix, whether it's St. Thomas or St. John.
That's a nice answer. I ain't sure I understand what the answer is, whether it's a yes or no. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Any other committee member has a burning question that they would like to ask Commissioner Hodge and her executive team? I know I went beyond my time frame, so I don't have any burning question to ask. With that,
Senator, if I may, I have a point of information for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, Nathalie Hodge for Commissioner of the LCA. Your question to Attorney Vaval regarding how many businesses came into compliance. It was 40 since the letters have been, 40 out of the 200 since letters have been issued.
That's only 40. So is it that the others are, have you, now that's going to stimulate another question. Attorney Vaval, have you now canceled or, canceled the renewal of those business licenses?
Attorney Vaval, repeat your question, Senator.
For the 160 businesses that are not in compliance out of the 200, based on my understanding, have those licenses been revoked? Have they been revoked?
Senator, no. Thus far, we've revoked about, I think, approximately 10 and are in the process of revoking the others, reviewing and revoking the others.
And just if you have looked at some of them, are any of them operating? Because I did get a complaint from a constituent indicating that there are businesses here in the Virgin Islands that are operating without a business license. I did ask the constituent to let me know the name of the business, and I'm still waiting. This came just last evening, to tell you the truth.
Senator, once you get the information, you can provide it to us. Thank you.
Okay, so my follow-up question would be, see, this is a whole bunch of questions now. Enforcement, Mr. Francis, do you go around and follow up after our legal counsel has and your colleagues in DLCA have revoked a license to assure that these businesses are no longer operating in the Virgin Islands? Do you and your enforcement officers do that?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. All right, so all of our questions have been exhausted. I want to thank you, DLCA, hardworking men and women of DLCA, for the work that you do every day, day in and day out. And I'm looking forward, Commissioner, for those standard operating procedures. I'm also looking forward to the update of your system, your application system. I'm hoping to see that happen before December, because I know you are a passionately driven person to see that happen before December. I'd like to offer you the opportunity now, Commissioner Hodge, to present on the record a 30-second closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner for DLCA. I just want to say that we understand the importance of publishing the agency's SOP. Completing the SOP is part of my succession plan as one of my goals, and I intend to have it completed and ready for dissemination by the end of the year. I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the administration, the dedicated staff at DLCA for their hard work and commitment. I also extend my gratitude to you, Senator Joseph, and the 35th Legislature for your continued support and the opportunity to testify this afternoon. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Commissioner. You and your executive team are excused from presenting your...
Senator,
yes.
if I may.
Yes,
I'm so
Commissioner.
sorry. I closed a little too soon. Thank you. I just want the opportunity to put on the record Ms. Wanda Osorio Brooks on the island of St. Croix. This week will be her last. She has given DLCA 30 years at DLCA, and we will miss her tremendously. I hope she starts crying once I say this too. But thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, and we wish her all the best and Godspeed in her future endeavors. And we also thank her for her years of dedicated service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Godspeed and blessings over her. And so you, of course, and your executive team are excused from your testimony before this committee. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our agenda for today. I want to first of all thank all of my colleagues for being in attendance to accomplish the people's work. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank my staff, central staff, media, and everyone for being here. The Committee on Government Operations. Every time. Okay, I'm sorry about that. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 is hereby adjourned.